Hello, you're listening to Otaku Spirit Anime Cast. My name is Andrew, and I'm joined here with Chris.
Yo!
Today's episode is our winter 2022 anime season first impressions.
Wait, what?
We've gone through the season. We've watched 3 to 4 shows each. Have you any gone to 5 yet?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I'm not ready for this.
One show is 1. Salaryman decided that they wanted to put out 1 episode.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
And the Golfing Girls show, they haven't even released this episode yet. I think they're starting in February or something like that. So they're like late.
They did an episode way back before the season started.
It's like an OVA, but I don't really want to watch the show until it starts actually starting.
Well, I watched that. So
Watch that? Oh, there you go. Was it good?
it was all right.
There's your first impressions of, what was it called? Sora something?
Yeah, I don't remember.
I don't know either. Sky, the Golfing in the Sky or something like that. I don't remember what it is.
She was obsessed.
You know
with,
how they love Sky in anime titles?
Yeah, she was just obsessed with the ball being in the sky and how pretty it was. That was pretty much it.
There's probably other things that she could do besides golfing if she likes to see the ball in the sky.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Volleyball?
Yeah, it won't go as high as the golf.
Tetherball that never goes on the ground. It's always in the sky. I remember playing tetherball when I was a kid. I loved and hated that sport. It was like if you hit it just right where that string connects to the ball, oof, that hurt. See, we didn't. They weren't protecting us from damage back in the day.
I still have a scar. It's starting to slowly fade, but I still have a scar from that rope burn that we did.
Fun times as a kid. No, there was no filters and safety precautions. It made us grow stronger. Anyways, gonna get a debate about how children are raised these days. No, anyways, winter 2022. This is our first impressions of the season. Why aren't you ready for it? Are you just joking?
Kind of joking, but yeah.
I thought you were ahead on all the shows from me. Well,
No,
besides the shows that have too many boys on the covers, those are just like, Chris doesn't touch them.
Not enough cute girls.
Chris not touching any of that stuff. I'm guessing you didn't watch Requiem and Full Sail Boys. I think those are the only 2 that I didn't
Futsal
watch.
And the BL one that
Sasaki,
you keep saying
that was
is
good.
kind of like citrus or something.
Blew into you, but
Bloom
yes,
Into You, yeah,
not
okay.
citrus. Not citrus at all. Citrus is its own category. Well, it's kind of just traditional Yuri, but anyways, we have a lot of shows to go through. We should probably get started because these are usually our longest podcast episodes because there's a lot of shows to talk about because we don't watch just 5 shows. We watch all of them except for Requiem and Futsal Boys. But yeah, our first one we have, starting off with a banger. This is like no particular order. It was in my outline, my other outline, and it just got moved over. So if it's in a particular order, I don't know why. But yeah, first one we have is Akebi's Sailor Uniform Akapi-chan no Sailor Fuku. This is streaming on Funimation and Crunchyroll. Don't know how long it's running for. I'm guessing a core. I would hope it'd go longer, but I'm going to assume a core. Being done by Studio Cloverworks, of course, doing 3 shows this season. And they're all really good looking, so hopefully they can hang in there. Source is a manga, genre is a slice of life, and the creator is, of course, Hiro. And Hiro did the art for Super Cub, the light novel, and also did art for Hayate, the Combat Butler light novel, as well as a contributor on the K-On! Anthology comic. So, yeah. So far, this is basically following a girl named Akebi, Komichi Akebi. And Akebi, at some point, is going to be going to a new school, a very prestigious school. And she's kind of a country bumpkin. So, you can kind of imagine the idea that she's kind of been going to school in this kind of out in the sticks school. So, most of her schooling has pretty much been her alone until like her little sister and younger kids started joining in. And being a small school in a small countryside, everybody kind of goes in the same class. So she's got a kind of a very immature way of looking at things, that's for sure. But eventually she does get into the school. It was a school that her mother went to, so she's very excited about it. She's seen pictures of her mother and her sailor outfit. So, of course, she was very excited for her, mother to make her sailor uniform that she would wear there. And, of course, when she gets there, she realizes, oh, yeah, that's what they used to wear when her mother was going to school there. Now they all wear, blazers and just not really sailor uniforms anymore. So, but thankfully, the principal allows her to use it. And she's got a goal. She wants to meet lots of friends. And so it kind of follows her as she meets different students in the school, joins clubs and all that kind of stuff throughout her days. So your thoughts?
Yeah, the the sailor uniform is kind of a tool that's being used to kind of set her aside from the rest of the group. And the fun thing about this is setting her kind of separate, draws the other girls to her and makes her a lot of fun to kind of investigate. And so a lot of the other characters are just drawn to her by consequence. And this makes for a very interesting kind of way to break the ice in a lot of cases. So you go through this kind of more fun, just enjoyable kind of just exploring of each one of the different characters as they go through the story. I've very much have enjoyed it so far, and it has been very, very fun.
This show is absolutely incredible. I think this is, I just released a video for my top 5 of the season so far, and I put this at second, and then like right when I went to go call out the first, I'm like, Akebi's probably my first. This show is like an absolute joy to watch every single week. I love Akebi. She is such a ray of sunshine. I just love the kind of shenanigans that she gets into. Like I said, it really does embody the idea of like this country bumpkin that just really has no social norms. And now she's with a bunch of girls that some are from Tokyo and stuff. And she just doesn't really, she acts totally different than they do. And of course, yes, she does look different. It was funny because when I first seen the stuff for this, I thought it was going to be like some advertisement for a company that makes sailor uniforms, because I mean, this is the thing. And it's the thing they're kind of getting into with this particular story, is the idea that she comes here and nobody's wearing sailor uniforms. Is sailor uniforms are kind of being pushed out of most of the schools in Japan. So it kind of encompasses that idea. But it was funny that the uniform itself is the story. The whole idea early on is that she's like, well, I'm now embarrassed because I was the only one there with the uniform. And then she's like, well, but it's the thing that mom made. I seen mom pour, like, because this took a long time for her mom to make this thing. She's like, my mom made this thing and I love it so much. And I've always looked forward to using this. And then there's that kind of urge of like, well, just go out there and do it. Like her little sister comes in and say, I thought you were cool for doing that, and now you're not going to do it. So she pushed herself to actually go there, and she ends up being the oddball out, but it ends up being a tool that she can use to kind of bring people in. But what I think what I love so much about this show so far is its slice of life perfection. It embodies the idea of wholesomeness. There's like so many wholesome moments in this show. It does like embarrassing moments just perfectly. Like here in the recent episode, just randomly out of nowhere, she just burps and she's super embarrassed about it. It does. And of course, the cell phone thing with sending the pictures, that was, of course, a really good one. But it does those scenes so well. And the thing that, again, this is one of those things where I'm overthinking it or whatever, but it does so well in subtly telling stories, subtly telling the cracks in characters around Akebi. When there's this moment where a character kind of notes something, they pause on it, but it doesn't get into it. But I can assume something's there. There was in the recent episode, they had this girl who was kind of, it seemed like she was jealous of Akebi because she's so beautiful. She thinks that she's perfect. She's able to get out there and do things. And you got a hint early on with the series that she was kind of, and it seemed like she was bullying Akebi. So it seems like there's an element of somebody being jealous and somebody being, not really liking somebody else. But it doesn't get into it. It doesn't go, okay, now let's have this whole inner dialogue of her to tell why she feels this way. You just kind of know it's there. This other character notes Akebi wearing her glasses and calls out to her mother. It doesn't get into maybe she has mommy issues. Maybe she lost her mother. Maybe she's, maybe they've had a falling out. No, it just kind of notes it. And you kind of assume there's probably something that she's dealing with her mother. I like that ability for a writer to say, there's a crack here, but that's not important right now. What's important is the current moment. And I think, again, the cute little moments of embarrassment, the great play out of slice of life, the great pacing, the great character so far, these cute little moments, so much heartwarming moments, makes this show like just an absolute treasure to watch every single week. Again, this is probably my favorite show of the season so far right now, and I'm just loving every single minute of it. It's so wholesome. It's an embodiment of wholesomeness. So, and of course, it looks beautiful, and it's got a unique art style to it, which took me. It took me about half an episode, the first episode, before I'm like, I'm fine with this. I like it. Now I really enjoy it. It's very unique.
Yeah, I was about to point that out too. The artwork style, I wasn't sure if I was going to like it first because it is a very, very different art style. And most people will notice that very quickly. I think we've already had comments in some of your videos on it. It's one of those that
You watch my videos?
Oh, of course
Chris
I do.
watches my videos?
Yeah, it was one of those that was, I can see how it can be off-putting, but it very much kind of, you grow to very much, at least I did. I grew to like it a lot. It's got a very soft, more natural feel to it. In some cases, the only thing that I would probably say is the necks seem to kind of stretch out a little bit towards the front a little bit too much, but like I said, it's something that I kind of just grew to enjoy. I do like its more soft, more inquisitive nature to what it's kind of portraying. And I very much have, like I said, grown to like that a lot. My biggest beef with this show is there's not enough Tama.
Okay. She's got one of the best scenes so far.
Yeah, she has had a lot of great scenes, but yeah, not enough
her butt. No, my thing with the art style was more in the eyes. The eyes were very... very weird at first, because a lot of them were more scrunched. It's really not just the eyes, but it's like the entire face is very scrunched, as opposed to something that's more the extreme opposite, like Clannad or something like this. This is like the complete opposite of Clannad. So, which again, like I said, took a while. And I also find like a lot of the moments where they're trying to like accentuate or hone in on the art style of the original manga. It kind of is a little jarring. I know why they're doing it. They're trying to capture those more pinnacle points in the manga. So they use the art style of the manga like out of nowhere. And so it kind of has that kind of shift in art style a little bit. But I know what they're doing there. So it doesn't bother me too much. But yeah.
But no, I can see that as well. The eyes kind of look more droopy, and it can be, I can see that as being off-putting. But like I said, the necks being kind of craned forward, it kind of gives this more inquisitive nature to the look. The droopy eyes kind of feels more softer in a way. Is the best way I can describe it.
Yeah, I gotta look back. I don't get the neck thing that you're talking about, but I'll have to look at it again. Maybe I'll see it. It's one of those things only until somebody points it out.
Yeah.
Only until somebody points it out. And I will have to admit and this is a struggle for me because I have already seen quite a few comments on it, and sadly, no shock to anybody, ANN, already kind of pointing out the aspect of I guess the gazy eyes shots. I mean, it's one of those things where it's, again, goes back to the whole concept of the writer's intent. Like early on, I kind of felt it with the first point in which Akebi puts on her uniform. And I thought at first it was going to be, creepy how they were going to portray that scene. But I honestly felt like it was all about her slowly putting on the uniform that she was looking forward to. She's been looking forward to this uniform ever since she was old enough to look at a picture of her mother in her uniform. And she's always wanted this, and she finally gets it. And so she takes her very slowly, puts on the uniform. And yeah, I guess you can technically, put that into being something that's, I don't know, making it erotic or something like that, but I didn't really feel that way. And it has a lot of moments where it feels like the characters do things that are kind of promiscuous or something, but it's always kind of in an element of just innocence and children having fun together, exploring things and experimenting. So I've never really had that feeling, but at the same time, it's one of those aspects that I know somebody's going to find this creepy, and I don't find it creepy, but you do you, I guess. Sadly, that's a thing. I mean, if you find it creepy, that, I don't know, just stay away from it, because you should stay away from anything that has children in it. Anyways, yeah, that's Akebi's sailor uniform. Really fantastic. I'm absolutely loving it. It is an absolute treat every single week. So, and I'm surprised that my videos on it are doing very well. So I'm guessing a lot of people are jumping on it, and that's a good thing. Usually something like that I always find kind of gets lost in the weeds. There's a community of slice of lifers out there that really love their slice of life. So yeah, again, going right into the next one that's really up in the popularity right now. Next one we have is My Dress Up Darling, or Sonobiske Dal wa Koi wo Suru. This one is streaming on Funimation. Being done again by Cloverworks. Don't know how many episodes it's going for. Again, I'm assuming probably a single core. The sources of manga, the genres are seinen. And this one follows a guy named Gojo. And Gojo, when he was very young, he ends up going to his grandfather's shop and finding his grandfather does a shop for Hina dolls. And he was absolutely captured by these Hina dolls and thinks they're absolutely beautiful. And so he really badly wanted to start making those dolls. Well, obviously, kids around him find it creepy that this boy would be interested in Hina dolls. But he still kind of keeps with it, becomes kind of isolated from people because they don't, nobody will accept the thing that he enjoys so much. And he keeps trying his craft. Well, unfortunately, he's not very good at it. He is really good at fabric, though, making the outfits for the dolls themselves, but he's not very good at painting them and whatnot. And eventually, at some point, as his sewing machine messes up at his home, he decides to use the sewing machine at school because who the heck used the home ec club besides pretty much every single anime. And the most popular girl in school, who he kind of sees every now and then, he kind of notes the idea that this is this girl that, everybody will accept everything of her because she's so popular, she's so beautiful. Well, this girl kind of walks in on him as he's at this home ec class.
Oh, I thought you were gonna talk about her falling out of the sky and slamming her head against his desk.
Yeah, flying through she was about 8 feet in the air. I still haven't figured that out yet. I don't know if she was on top of another desk or something, but
and then he does it later, so
flies through the air.
He falls on his head on something else.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, she walks in and he's immediately, crap. She's found me out. She's gonna make fun of me and all this kind of stuff. And then she gets super excited, you know how to do sewing? That's incredible. I that's amazing. Can you do this for me? And she basically asks him if he will make an outfit for her for cosplay. And come to find out, this outfit is for this particular character from Slippery Girls College or something like that. It's this.
Gosh, yeah, I don't remember.
This visual novel, and yeah, a very interesting character.
Completely
from that visual novel.
Not the character of her.
You don't know. Well, she was very quiet at first, and she's not very quiet, but yeah, he kind of agrees to it. This is this girl that's very passionate about this thing that she really wants to do is cosplay. That's cool. Let me try to see if I can do it. And he's like, I've never done it before. I've only done Hina dolls, but I'll see if I can do it. So the two of them kind of work together to, well, not really work together, as we see in this recent episode. The two of them kind of work together to put together this outfit for her to cosplay in. And yeah, that's kind of the gist so far. It's kind of this aspect of, people not accepting you, accepting what you really like. Because the whole thing with this girl, Kitagawa, is that, nobody ever plays the games that she wants them to play. She offers people, nobody really accepts technically this side of her, which is playing these. It hasn't really noted any other types of games, but specifically these Edo games. This thing that she really does enjoy and these characters that she really does like. And I don't know if they've technically noted yet that they won't accept her cosplay because she's technically never had cosplay. She made one cosplay and he quickly scrutinized it. So we don't know yet if her friends wouldn't accept her for her cosplay, but at least in that sense, the games and stuff, they haven't accepted. On the other side, yes, it's all about Gojo and how nobody would accept the fact that he really loves Hina dolls and it's seen as a girl thing and the kind of difficulties that he faces about his future, about the fact that the one thing that he loves doing so much was Hina dolls, he can't do well, and so he feels like his future is going to be fail. So, your thoughts?
This show is, I think this was my top most excited show of the season, and I'm absolutely thrilled how well it's being pulled off. I love the aesthetic, I love the characters, I love the concept. We're getting to a point where we're kind of seeing our first culmination of everything pulling together, and so hopefully. We can see where they go into the next the rest of the season. So like I said, I'm really loving this show. I cannot say enough that it's fantastic right now. They're pulling off the slice of life. They're pulling off kind of this softer drama. They're not any major melodrama points, but they're pulling off just normal life drama, and that's working really well. But yeah, loving it.
Yeah, I think this last episode was probably the kind of the, I want to say darkest, the most heavy it's kind of gotten, which is this idea of Gojo really being isolated and feeling like everything was just compounding on top of him at the time. Mm-hmm. His grandfather just went to the hospital. He's struggling with the fact that he might not meet this deadline for this cosplay. technically he's got to take over the shop from his grandfather, so he's got to do tours, and he just doesn't have time. He's got midterms coming up. Like, everything is compounding on him, and at the same time, he's in his own head thinking about the idea that his future's unknown because he's never been good at this stuff. He doesn't know why he keeps doing it. He get a little memory of his grandfather talking about, people doing it for smiles. The customer smiles. That's what he does it for, even though it's difficult and you have to keep at it. You're not always perfect at something that you love. Those kind of stuff are all coming up at the same time.
And that his final breakdown was absolutely fantastic. They absolutely pulled that off of absolute relatability of understanding. Yeah, this is how kind of real life is. When at a certain point you feel all these things just compiling in one moment, and then you just break. And
why even bother?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was funny because we all know why Gojo stuck with it and kept pushing forward. I mean, the show wanted to portray that there was another reason that pushed him to keep doing it, which was, I do it for the customer smiles, and then we see Kitagawa smile. We all know that he was pushing because he wants that dream. He wants that dream that he's seen, which is Kitagawa playing the cosplay.
Let's not go there.
Next episode we might see it come to fruition. Yeah, it does the ecchi good too. It's so funny in a season of shows like World's End. It's nice to see good ecchi in a show that wouldn't, probably censor kissing, which some other show did. But no, this is a kind of a surprise for me because this show, when I seen the PVs and stuff, I was thinking, okay, well, cute. Here's the hot waifu of the season. Obviously, Cloverworks is going to go above and beyond to make her look as cute as possible and as sexy as possible. And every chance possible, they animate the hell out of her. It's like every time the scene changes, I can see Cloverworks going, oh crap, the perspective is on Kitagawa. Time to get to work again. Time to put a whole crap load of effort into her. And it shows. They're definitely doing a great job of bringing her to life and really animating her. And I think that's fantastic. But it's like one of those aspects of when I seen the PV and everything, I'm thinking, okay, here's the waifu show of the season. It's going to be fun, probably. I really wasn't expecting to, one, love Gojo as a character. He's absolutely fantastic. I think he should have been smacked the last episode, but that's not here nor there. But he's a good person. He's got a heart in there. He's just kind of misguided in a sense because he's putting his energies too much into one direction that he doesn't think about himself. It has that aspect of self-destruction, which technically you think you're doing right for somebody else, but in actuality, you harm yourself only harms them. And I think he needs to get that idea into his head eventually. But it's doing so well of creating these characters and really, really giving me a lot of enjoyment from them. Not just because, again, Kitagawa is the doll-up character, or Gojo is the hardworking nerd that gets the girl. There's so much more to them than just that. And that's where it surprises me. It takes me from my initial prospect of nerd gets hot chick to, okay, there's so much more to these characters, and they're doing so well at portraying those characters so far in just the 4 episodes we've seen. Additionally, again, Kitagawa is a dork. She has her own insecurities, and I'm super excited when we'll finally start getting into her more. But so far, like, just dead focusing on Gojo, which is a surprise to me, I'm already just loving him as a character. He's a really solid person that I want to see succeed. I want him to get his first Hinadal. Even though my prediction is that it's going to turn into Kitagawa as his Hinadal, and he realizes that this is something that he can do and it's something that he really enjoys. But we'll see where that goes. But I'm loving it so far. It looks great.
Seeing him going to cosplay full time and making gobs and gobs of money from these girls.
There's some money there.
I know
there is some money there. But yeah, it's fantastic so far. And like I said, it's a huge surprise for me. Like I said before, it's technically up there. I think I put it as my number 2 when we were doing our preview because I think I had the Orbital Children as my number 1. But it's really great. I love it. So yeah. And, of course, Kitagawa's waifu. There's another show that has another... this is going to be funny because it's like every season I'll do my best girl of the season. It's like, from episode 1, everybody was like, pretty much, yeah, 2022, we've locked in. We've already got our number 1 waifu of the entire year already pretty much locked in. But there's some others out there. It'll be kind of interesting to jump through because I think everybody's so hyper-focused on Kitagawa right now. But yeah, My Dress Up Darling, definitely a suggestion. Tokyo 24th Ward, or Tokyo 24th Coup. This one is streaming on both Crunchyroll and Funimation, running for 12 episodes, being done by Studio Cloverworks. Again, I had all 3 of them right at the beginning. Sources original, genres are action, sci-fi, supernatural. The director is Naokatsu Suda, who did JoJo's Bizarre Adventures Part 1, 3, and 4, and 5. Planetarian, the writer is Vio Shimakura, who has done... Shimokura. I think I said that. He did assistant writing for Steins Gate with Naotaka Hayashi. So, pretty significant team working on this particular one. But this one kind of takes place... It kind of talks about this whole 24th Ward in Japan, where essentially it was this area that was kind of an area for allies to kind of work in. And at some point, they kind of transitioned it back to being under the precinct of Japan. And after that, they had this kind of school incident that happened where they were trying to shut down this old school. And a group of students kind of stood up against the adults and said, no, we want to save this school. And so they fought to kind of protect it. And eventually, some unfortunate event happened and the school went up in blaze. And some students got trapped inside. And one child ended up dead. Kind of following this, I think they jumped forward like a year or so. They're having this kind of ceremony for, remembering this incident that happened. And 3 such students, Shuta, Ran, and Koki, who are kind of a part of this group of kids that included the girl that died. They were kind of a band of quote-unquote heroes. They wanted to kind of help people out and everything. They all get a phone call, and it's from the girl that passed away. And as they put the phone to their ear, thinking, okay, what the heck is this? She's obviously passed away. Some sort of weird occurrence happens, and it zaps into their brain and unlocks some superhuman ability within them. And then they get a message from her saying, there's an incident going to come up. Choose your future. Something's occurring, and you can choose to do this, or you can choose to do this. It's always, I forget what it's a Hermes clause or something like that. It's the idea of, if you save this person, all these people will die. But if you save these people, this person will die. It's always a choice. Somebody has to die kind of concept. So the initial one is this friend of theirs is on a train track trying to get her dog, and she gets stuck. And if they allow the train to run over her, they save all the people on the train. But if they change the direction of the train, it'll derail and it'll kill everybody on the train. So they have to choose. And so they kind of think it's not real, but then they realize that she's actually located there, and so they freak out and they all rush there to try to stop the situation. Shuta, he gains like superhuman strength, so he's already like jumping off of walls and climbing up things, but he's like super good at that now. He's got like super strength, and he's super fast. You have Ran, who is kind of he does like graffiti to try to spread the word and change things. Well, he's also kind of a hacker. So it gives him like the ability to hack things like super fast and do like an incredible job of it. And then you have Kyoki, he's always kind of been in the politics of things. He's a part of SARJ, which is this group that China stops crimes. Well, he is like, just knows exactly what he needs to say. It gives him like ability to persuade people. So he's kind of the talker of the group. But yeah, they all kind of rush in there and they're doing their job, all kind of stuff. Now, the other kind of weird thing about this world is they have this thing called the Hazard Cast, which is technically a part of SARJ, which is, again, where Koki works. And this Hazard Cast basically is a super computer system that will be able to kind of predict when crimes or accidents will happen. So you'll see like on this app, everybody can have it, and it'll tell you like a percentage chance that in this certain area, something's going to happen. Now, they kind of already talked about the idea that they don't arrest people before crimes happen, because you can't arrest somebody for a crime that never happened. So they let it happen, but it always seems like, emergency personnel and everybody are kind of there waiting for something to happen. So they show this example where they come to an intersection, they kind of stop, the hazard cast starts going off, and then suddenly an accident happens and all the emergency personnel kind of rush in because they're already there waiting for it to happen. So your thoughts on Tokyo 24 Ward?
I only did 2 episodes. This was one,
which is technically 3.
Yeah, I went ahead.
First episode was an hour long.
Yeah, I thought the first episode was absolutely solid. It really did well at setting up the kind of concept behind it, the pre-crime thing, the debate back and forth on whether or not they should go to the next step and actually start doing pre-crime. And and I mean, it wasn't something that they kind of shifted to the forefront, but it was something that was actually discussed.
I'm like, what are you talking about? I don't remember that discussion.
Right. It was talking. It was in the hacker side where they were talking about the dangers of actually going. And then when Koki came in, he said, or was it the other way? Koki or Ran was saying no, they shouldn't do that. I wouldn't doubt
because Ran was part of the group that he's like from a district where it's like the unknown zone, like the surveillance isn't upgraded enough. So there's like this shanty town, and they don't like it because every time they leave there, all eyes are on them because they haven't really been. They haven't been surveillance, so they don't really work well in the system itself. So he doesn't like it at all, obviously.
Right. And like I said, it wasn't something that they shifted to the forefront. It was just something that was kind of a discussion that was being had. And that's kind of one of the reasons why I went into the second episode and wanted to go into the next episodes. But like I said, I just kind of let this one fall through the cracks.
Not enough cute girls. Well, Kanako is really cute.
The second episode I did like as far as a setup for giving a lot of characters kind of motivations and showing why they were doing the things that they were doing. The main problem that I had was that it was very disjointed. It didn't feel like a natural flow of things. It just kind of was like, this is this person's motivations. This is this person's motivation. This is this person's motivation.
A lot about how Asami, who passed away, inspired everybody, really. Everybody in the entire town. No, I'm joking.
Like I said, I liked it as far as giving characters motivations, but it didn't tell the story well. It didn't flow well. It just felt very disjointed. But that's pretty much where I stand. I'm about middle of the road on this one. I kind of like it and dislike it at the same time. But to be fair, I did not give it any more than those 2 episodes.
Yeah, and I agree with the second episode. It felt out of place, but at the same time, I like the payoff at the end. Like, I didn't like how it told it because it's like, okay, all right, here, I guess this is going to be... by the first or second one, you knew what it was doing. It's like, okay, I guess we'll see how she inspired Ran. Okay, makes sense. All right, let's see how she inspired Koki. Yeah, makes sense. It was one of those episodes where I understood why they did it, but at the same time, it's like, do we really have to show everybody? Because we got an idea. I mean, we know she inspired everybody to do what they're currently doing. But like I said, again, I technically get the point, and by the end of it with Mari, it was emotional enough. But no, I watched technically. Wow, it's going to be 5 episodes at this point because the first episode was 2 episodes, and I watched beyond that. So I'm kind of mixed on the show overall. It's like I understand what they're doing, and I do like it. They already got to a point, within like 3 or so episodes, they finally got to a point where. Because it felt like with the first episode, oh, well, they're given 2 choices, and they can always kind of break it. They can, it's not these are the 2, you have to have one. It's not this or this. It's this or this, but we can also have both. Like, why not both, meme? But they actually got to a point where it feels like it's not always going to be sunshine. Like, there's going to be a point in which they trip, and that trip will cost something. And they've already gotten into that, which I do kind of give them a lot of respect for being able to get into. But at the same time, they're already introducing the bad guy. There's obviously got to be a bad guy. And the bad guy, they haven't really technically at this point explained how the bad guy does what they do, but we're talking tornadoes popping up out of nowhere. So obviously bad guy has some sort of, I don't know, weather machine or something that's able to create tornadoes out of nowhere in Japan. So I hope that they get to the point where they're going to explain how that works, but... Everything else is fine. I think it does really well in its emotional points. You just killed
this show for me.
What?
I don't want to see person randomly doing tornadoes. I really don't.
Well, it doesn't specify that somebody ran. I mean, we technically have already established we have superpowers. We have Shuta's super powerful, Ran is super hacky, and Koki. I'm sorry, Koki, your ability sucks. He
super politician. What's the matter with super politician?
He's not. It doesn't really feel like he does anything to change the situation. It's like he walks up and says, what can I tell him to talk him into allowing us to put people into containers? I'm gonna appeal to him. I'm gonna appeal to him, so I'm gonna just come directly to him. You need to do this. Okay. We could have probably just told people to get in the containers. I mean, it doesn't take Koki talking to this guy before things are suddenly going to happen. And it always like undermines it shortly after, where somebody just goes, well, the Sarge people are reacting, so obviously we should react. And then people start reacting. It's like, it's not like Koki ever does anything besides talk to one person, and that person's kind of insignificant for the situation. Anyways, I'm sorry, Koki, your ability sucks. I know they were just trying to, again, technically make him the politician superhero. But I do like the character so far, so that's my struggle. I'm never bored. Like I said, episode 2 was kind of a struggle to get through, but I'm never bored watching this show because I think it's doing characters really well. Ron's obviously the more anarchy extreme. Koki is the more, by order, by Sarge, the companies that actually are keeping order through the strong arm. And then Shuta's kind of in the middle. So he acknowledges that what Ron's doing is cool. He acknowledges what Koki's doing cool, but he doesn't really have a direction he's going. He's the neutral. So I think it's nice how they set up the 3 band of heroes and what they can do going forward. And I think the action scenes are solid. Again, Cloverworks is kind of pulling out a lot of stops. There's some CGI bikes and stuff, but that's not that bad. So I don't know. I don't feel like the overall story is really getting me so far. It just really feels like there's just kind of these bad guys. They pop up out of nowhere, and those bad guys are kind of involved with the incident that's going to occur that they have to undo, and they kind of move forward. With the the whole situation with the mobs that are trying to take down the market district, and then popping up, and here's this guy that's going to blow up this boat. This comes out of nowhere that he's a bad guy. It really feels like it just creates bad guys out of nowhere. And again, there's technically this one bad guy that they keep bringing up that's like the one that's like the opposite to Asami. That's what it feels like. Asami is the girl that pops up and says, choose your future, save people, which is the girl that's dead. And then you have this other person that pops up and is like, we don't even know who he is. He's just a symbol on the television screens that says, I'm going to you choose your future, something bad's going to happen. So it just doesn't really feel like I have anything that really kind of, they don't have an antagonist really set up properly at this point. And we're technically quite a bit in at this point, if you consider the first episode being an hour. So you've had 5 episodes where everybody else had 384 episodes to work with. You should have something established by now. But I don't know. I'm very mixed. It's got good points. It's got boring points, but overall it's not doing anything bad. But I kind of was hoping for a little bit more, especially again, the hazard system and all that, hazard cast and all that kind of stuff is interesting. It just they gotta do something interesting with it. So we'll see. It's got a lot of interesting people working on it, so hopefully they can pull something out of it here soon. Hopefully, Tokyo 24th board.
I'll know in the next couple of episodes when Andrew starts screaming that I need to hurry up and catch up.
Everybody's dying, Chris. Check it out. World's End Harem. This one's got some great writing. Shimatsu no Harem. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll, unfortunately. Running for 11 episodes. Studio is Studio Gokumi and Axis. And the source is a manga, and the genres are sci-fi ecchi. And this one, essentially, at the very beginning, follows a guy named Reito, and he is an aspiring doctor. And at some point, he finds out that he has this incurable disease, but he's told, hey, look, it's cool because the AI systems and everything, everybody's working hard, and we'll have a cure within 5 years. So just go to cryo sleep for 5 years, and by the time you get back, we'll have you cured. And so he kind of agrees with it because, again, he has an incurable disease. So he goes and he gets cryo sleeped, and he unfortunately has to leave behind his love of his life. He kind of confesses to her, and then says, "Okay, you got somebody that you love. Peace out." She ends up showing up at the last minute, so that kind of throws a wrench in his plans. He wakes up 5 years later, and he's greeted by a lady named Mira. Mira tells him, "Yeah, look, we got you cured. You're all good to go. Let's get your post cryo sleep check done." You kind of noticing very quickly there's a lot of hot chicks around, and everybody's looking at him kind of weird. And then eventually, yes, they revealed to him, yeah, shortly after you went to sleep, this MK virus, aptly called MK, not Mortal Kombat virus, don't get that wrong. This is the man killer virus. Pretty much took out 99.9% of the males all across the world, and you're kind of a hot commodity these days. And so since they think it has something to do with the fact that he had this one virus, or maybe the curing of that virus allowed him to avoid the NK virus. They don't really know exactly why he survived, but they think it might be connected to the disease that he had. So, but he's able to get past it. And they found that, people that have gone through the same process, they can have babies. And so they kind of need him to get to work. As I said on my YouTube video, to avoid demonetization, boink the ladies so that they can make babies. And, of course, main character Ditherer syndrome kicks in. He goes, whoa, I can't do that. Whoa. This is impossible.
Girl that I like.
Yeah, I have the love of my life. Whoa, I can't touch women. And
the sad thing is if that girl actually came up to him, he wouldn't know what to do with her anyway. So
she's probably NTR'd by right now. You know it. She's
Andrew.
getting NTR'd. They're going to NTR that. I have a feeling this show just has that feeling. But anyways, he at some point finds this bracelet that the girl left behind in a doll, and inside that bracelet it had a message. They all have these bracelets that are kind of like their cell phones, and this thing had a message saying, "Oh, if Rachel, if you got this, I figured out how the origins of this virus happened. It's man-made. I don't know why they made it. Cough, cough. And I'm trying to find a cure. Don't come look for me," or something like that. So he decides, look, I'm going to find a cure for the man killer. And he goes to Mira and says, hey, I'm not going to boink people because I'm saving myself, but I'll find a cure. So if I find a cure, that's just as good, right? And I think to myself, AIs have been trying to find a cure for it for 5 years. Everybody died looking for a cure for it. But yeah, sure. New doctor, he's going to find that cure. But yeah. And then they kind of jumped into some other... There's like, so far, 3 other males they've brought back from cryosleep. The first one's like, hell yeah, let's do this. Hey, by the way, what do I want today? He's looking... Oh, hey, can I have this idol? All right, cool. Let's have that idol. He's all go with it. He's boinking. He's already got a preggers. And then there's this new one that they just brought in. He's kind of like this bullied kid, and they basically created a whole school around him having a harem, and so he's having fun. But Reito, no. Your thoughts?
I will admit that about the only thing that is I hate the censorship. I'm just gonna say it like that.
They censor kisses.
And I have
and underwear.
I will not confess to possibly finding a less distracting version of this show.
You kind of have to.
It is that bad. So
it's like I've mentioned before. It feels like it's done for comic. Like it really does feel like they're doing it on purpose badly because it's a joke to them. Like it's so terrible. Like I said before, literally you have like. Everything's being censored. Like, they have shots where the entire body is being censored. And again, underwear is being censored. It's like, it feels like a joke at this point. It's ridiculous.
But as far as the story is concerned, it's the frustration of the exaggerated character types is really what's kind of more frustrating than anything. I like the main guy. Don't much care for his dither side, like Andrew was saying. I mean, you literally the entire world is saying we need you to do this.
Yeah, we're gonna go extinct.
It's like, oh well, if I go and find the cure to the virus, well, I will be saving more people because you'll have more. Okay, but there's the time. Yeah, you can do both.
You have to recuperate yourself eventually. So while you're recuperating yourself, you can do your research.
And then there's Dio. I liked Dio. I kind of like Dio's story,
Doi?
but
is it Dio or Doi?
Dio. It's got to be Dio.
It's always Dio. I hear people saying that.
I like Dio's story, but the sad thing about Dio's story is it doesn't feel. I guess for lack of a better term,
Shota. It's Shota. It's probably Shota.
I think that's what everybody was calling was Shota.
Doji.
It feels like it. I kind of wish that the writer explored his feelings a little bit better. Because none of I've heard people kind of bash the whole wish fulfillment, and in a lot of ways this is a wish fulfillment in every way, shape, or form. But at the same time, you do want to explore your feelings to a certain point, and while the main character or Dio, yeah, they're Shota. While
Dio, it's nowhere near Dio.
Oh, I'm going at an angle and it looks like a DIO. I'm sorry. While he's not, it doesn't feel like any of his feelings are true to life. Yeah, you get Sensei. Okay, I got you. But while sitting in front of another girl and going, well, I'm not sure. A lot of the dither things come in, and I get it. You kind of want to, force the girl to be the kind of pushy one, but when it comes down to it, it doesn't feel natural. None of this really kind of, I guess it's just wish fulfillment when it comes down to it. I'll just shut up now. I'm mixed on the show. I like the ecchi. I like the wish fulfillment, but at the same time, it just doesn't feel natural as far as the storytelling is concerned.
Well, I think my big issue with the series as a whole is it's just like it's trying to take the route of hentai where nobody does anything. It's like, yeah, that's literally what this is. It's like, okay, hentai, but there's no real actual stuff happening. And that's where you get the bad area, because let's be honest, hentai doesn't really have story. And so you're getting that concept here. But what bothers me the most is that when you have story beats happening, it literally makes me hate the main character. Because Mita, it was funny because it's like, at first when I'm watching the show, it's like, okay, well, yes, wish fulfillment. This is funny, cool. And then at some point, Mita comes up and says, all right, look, here's a situation. Literally, there are people out there that have no men to do the jobs that men do. We have lost the balance of mankind, which is men and women. Now we don't have the men anymore. Everything is falling apart because men have a role to play and they're no longer there. So we need to repopulate or we're going to die as a species. And you are one of very few people that can make this happen. We can't do test tube babies. We've tried it. It doesn't work. You have to go boink. And then he's literally like, but I got girlfriend. It's like, but you don't even know where she's at. She could be dead. She could be NTR'd. Nobody cares. Mankind is falling apart and we will go extinct unless you boink. But my girlfriend, it's literally, and then at some point he mentioned the idea, well, if I find my girl, then I'll give you a baby every 9 months. It's like, that's not going to work. We're still going to go and stick it. This isn't going to work if you just make one baby every 9 months. We have to repopulate. So it's frustrating when it literally has this lady come out and say, this is what's going on. Here's the serious story. This is why things are actually dire, and this is not just wish fulfillment. And then literally main character goes, but my girlfriend. It's like, I understand that. I respect that. I personally respect the idea of Raito wanting to save himself for that one girl. But they've established right now that everything is going to fall apart unless. And that becomes that issue of like, put that aside. It's not really that big of a deal. On top of that, they even took the time to say, look, we'll even, because of how precious of a resource what you are going to be doing is, we will be giving this woman a stipend that will last her for the rest of her life. We will be taking care of all of her needs. All the ladies are good with this. Literally get you either out there where everything's falling apart and there's no economy and everybody's fighting to survive, or they carry a baby and they get set for the rest of their life. It's like, they want this.
She like basically wins the super lottery of you get a kid and you get your life taken care of in lap of luxury for the rest of your life. I'm gonna go with it.
So I actually enjoyed Doji Shota's segment. That was actually fun. I mean, again, censorship and all, but it was cool because it wasn't just a ditherer that's like, well, I can't touch boobies. It was actually doing something interesting with it. This idea that he had been bullied this whole time and thus he has no self-confidence. So she literally created a scenario that would build his self-confidence. It was a cool idea built around this idea of, again, the only people that can repopulate the world. So I like that segment. And so technically Shota's segment was kind of what re-inspired me for this show. Like this writer can do some interesting stuff with this. Yes, it's fantasy fulfillment again, but it made sense why Karen did what she did. She wanted to build his self-confidence, and that was a way that she could do it. So I'm curious what it will do going forward. Honestly, to be honest, I did read forward, and I do know that it's going back to Reito, which does bug me, but we'll see. We'll see if it, like Chris went to the uncensored version. I just went to the manga. We'll see if it can do something with Reito that's
how's the artwork
not
in the manga?
Boring. It's about similar.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go. I think the censorship is literally at this point. I feel like it's being done out of comic because, like I said, censoring kissing, censoring underwear, full body censorship. And the one that I showed in my impressions video was that whole shot where his bodyguard Neneko, not his bodyguard, his doctor technically, his doctor, and a spoiler I guess, his doctor comes in and she's getting all close to him in the bathroom and she's literally up like pressing up against him, and it shows like their two faces close to each other, and literally nothing really is showing but maybe the upper part of her cleavage, and it's like they censor it. It's like, wait a second, I go over and I look at the uncensored version, I'm like, it's not even showing anything, and they're censoring it. So yeah, sure enough, when I made my impressions video, I decided to censor bar my entire chest like I'm not wearing anything. I'm like, wait, I'm wearing something. The censorship's terrible. It's terrible. And I'm not going to blame Crunchyroll. I mean, they could. I can blame Crunchyroll for not getting the uncensored version because it's literally up there. It's not as if it's like, Blu-ray only. It's out there. It's like, just get it. I mean, like I said before, technically Dress Up Darling's doing a lot more. Like, it is a lot more clever with its is ecchi, but I don't know. There you go. I'm moving on. The strongest sage with the weakest crest, or Shikakumon no Saikyo Kinja. This one is streaming on, I think, Crunchyroll. I didn't write it down. Doesn't matter. JC Staff is a studio. Source is a light novel. The genres are action, adventure, fantasy. The director is Nori Akitaya, who did Castle Dandelion, Active Rage, Are the Only One That Loves Me. Series composition by Hiroki Uchida, who did Merc Storia and Gamers. And this one essentially follows a guy, I don't remember what his name was before. It was like Gaius or something like that. He was this guy that was essentially pretty much brought demon kind to extinction. And then at some point he realized that he can't get any more stronger. He's been kind of striving to get more and more powerful, and eventually realized he's capped it out. And so he decides, I'm going to destroy myself and rebirth. So he does that, and he reincarnates himself back into the same world after 100 years have passed, and he becomes a child named Mati. And Mati he gains a new crest, because every time somebody is born in this world, they gain a crest, and he gains his 4th crest. And this is supposedly, according to the world now, the weakest crest. And that's where the title comes from, is that they've deemed this to be the weakest crest. And so he is kind of going back of his life, getting stronger again. He goes to an academy, and eventually they realize that everything's kind of weird. Everybody chooses to cast with incantations, so they're speaking out this long gibberish just to cast a spell, which he's like, why? Why do you do that? You can just cast without incantation. And he's realizing, again, that they're marking this one crest that he has as the weakest crest. So everything kind of seems weird, and he quickly finds out after they do this kind of these two schools come together to do like a little competition that, oh yeah, there's demons that are kind of, they've implanted themselves into the world of humans to teach them things wrong. And so he's kind of trying to weed them out and teach everybody how to do things properly, because, all it takes is a demon getting into an academy to go, hey, you should all start casting spells with incantations. It's better. Okay. Mm-hmm. But anyways, he weeds them out, kills this one demon. Everybody's surprised because, people can't single-handedly kill demons except for him. The king is very quick to pretty much accept anything Mati says on how to protect their kingdom going forward, because Kid out of nowhere is definitely worthy of assigning all trust of
and
the
then you
entire
wonder how
nation to
demons infiltrated the kingdom.
Good point, Chris. Very good point. I didn't think about that. Thanks for ruining the show even more for me already. So yeah, just like the king allowed the demons to change incantations and what's the weakest Crest, he accepts Matty's plan to essentially create a barrier, gives him access to all treasures and dungeons, and doesn't do anything else additionally. He's just like, okay, Matty, take care of it. Doesn't even assign anybody else, doesn't even ramp up military or anything like that. Just says, Matty, take care of it. Because that's...
Kids save the world.
Kids save the world. And so Matty starts doing dungeon crawling, which he realizes very quickly, I can't do a dungeon without a party. And so he brings in Luri and Arma, who are these two cute girls that he goes down there with, and he teaches them how to fight things. And then he discovers that there's like a monitoring system that the demons put inside the royal chambers, and so he goes after those demons.
Yeah, the demon came in and put a big old camera up on the wall, and the king says, "Hey, why are you doing that? Oh, don't worry about it. It's to keep you safe." Oh,
okay. Thanks. Well, hurry up because Matty's going to be back here soon. I got to tell him that I want to give him the crown next. Gosh, Chris, you're ruining the show for me. Yeah, then eventually he heals this dragon that he knew from a long time ago, and she kind of made the show decently fun again. And of course, she destroys half the academy because she's super overpowered.
She was great.
It's like the most isekai without being isekai show of the season. So your thoughts, Chris?
There's all jokes aside, this show has been pretty much middle of the road. I'm kind of warm to it because of the cute girls. What can I say? So I've been kind of it's like I'm watching this show and I see things that I want them to. You're
kind of watching it.
Yeah, I'm only kind of watching it. I'm kind of I'm.
It's like this one time I tripped and I clicked in it and I just kind of slammed on my monitor and just sat there for a couple seconds before I went back to doing what I was doing.
Honestly, as I'm watching it, I tend to see things that I'm like, I would really like you to dig into that quite a bit, or I'd really like you to dig into that. But the way the writer, it feels like the writer obviously has thought about a lot of things in this world. The problem is that he doesn't feel like the type of writer that wants to explore any of those things that he is actually thinking about. So I'm assuming something is really freaking funny. So go ahead.
I just like the idea of a writer. I know this writer thought about this stuff, but they didn't write about it. It's like the remedy to any show that's not got good writing is like, well, obviously he just doesn't want to write about really cool stuff.
Well, and that's the thing. It's
really,
like
you're
the
really
dungeons.
kind about it. I'm just noting the fact that you're really nice about it.
Well, for instance, the dungeons. The dungeons is obviously something that he's considering things which can be interesting. And I really would like him to explore that freaking dungeon thing. But apparently he doesn't want to explore the freaking dungeon thing. And
what dungeon thing? It's a dungeon.
There was when they went down into the dungeons are where all the resources are. And the king is like, well, as we pointed out, the king's brilliant. So he's decided to, for whatever reason,
give them all to him.
Give them all to him.
They're now his property. Like literally, the entire kingdom can't touch it because it's Matty's.
But in the first place, he cut off the dungeons, because demons
told him it was bad to go down there.
It was bad to go down there for whatever reason. So obviously.
These demons are brilliant. Except when they fight, they're terrible. But when they're manipulating the king, they're freaking great at their job. Like, I don't even know why they're in some abandoned village.
Why haven't they gotten rid of the king and displaced themselves as the king is beyond me? But hey,
like that's what he said. They're like out in the middle of nowhere in some destroyed town. Like there was the ruins of a town that they were all hanging out in. It's like, why weren't they just in the kingdom? It's stupid.
It's one of those things and then they, in the last episode, they brought up this other cool, which could be cool. Well, I doubt it'll be that cool because they don't want it. The writer doesn't want to do this. He's made these weird dragon stones, but and they just walk away from this dragon stone, which is going to be bringing people together and they're going to fight it. Why don't you just? I mean, you're Mr. OP, so why can't you destroy it? So we'll see where they go with that. Like I said, I'm in the middle of the road. I don't trust this writer. Is my main problem. Is I don't trust him to, if anything is interesting, that we will go into any of those interesting things. It's just a lot of cool ideas that are just going to be left on the table.
I think the writer maybe just a fan of Ultima Online. I mean, those stones are really spawning stones.
Oh, gotcha.
That's what it was. That stone is a spawning stone. That's what I immediately thought of when I see it. And I'm like, it's a spawning stone. It just spawns monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, yeah. I have nothing really positive to say about this. It doesn't look great. I already laughed about it on Twitter, posting this picture of them coming into this Adventures Guild, and there's literally like 10 feet from the door, and like 2 feet from the counter, and then out of nowhere he teleports in this big old snake head, and somehow the room just expands in size. So maybe the writer will eventually get into how he can manipulate the spacing inside of a room without damaging anything outside.
No, I don't trust him. That's too interesting of a concept. We can't do that.
Doesn't want to get into spatial distortions and stuff. At least they took it outside afterwards, so I'm thinking it was like a temporary spatial distortion.
So he opened up the door a little bit bigger to take it out?
I've already kind of given my grievances on the show overall. Like I said, it's the most isekai without being isekai show out there. Mati literally feels like an isekai main character. Most of the time, like he's got this whole aspect of like, even though he's been living for like, it implies he's lived technically for hundreds of years, because he's got 4 crests now. That implies that he's been reborn. He's been born 4 times, and so that implies he's at his 4th life. And this guy can't talk to girls. Like his inability to talk to girls puzzles me, because again, he should be mature at this point. He doesn't feel like a mature person. He's got like a very weird face. Every time he's fighting anybody, he looks disturbing. So I don't know. I laugh, but I kind of agree. Like, some people are saying, I feel sorry for the demons because he's kind of dangerous and he's scary looking. Like, he looks very unpleasant when he's fighting things. He's smiling all the time, and it's like, I don't really like this character at all. So I don't like the main character at all, like through and through. I think he's annoying. Not annoying. I think he's just kind of creepy, and he doesn't make sense at all. I do like the party idea. This writer does seem to like the idea of, despite the fact of him being extremely overpowered, for some reason he has to bring people with him down to a dungeon. And what that kind of did was bring up this idea of him not just being overpowered himself, but at least, helping others become more stronger. So he's showing Lurie and Arma all these different techniques that they can use to fight. And he's always kind of going out of his way to say, okay, now you do this. Okay, there's this other demon. You guys handle it. He's always trying to push them to better themselves to become more stronger. And I do like that. I hate the fact that every time he does that, he has to explain what they do. And this writer loves the main character explaining everything. It's like, I got it. I get what's going on. You don't have to explain that to me. I don't know. Overall, I really don't like the show. We've already got into huge detail about how I really think this entire kingdom is full of idiots. But Idis was fun. I don't know. I don't know if Idis will save the show for me, but she could. At least she's like the one fun thing about the show ever. I don't know. I'm not liking it. We'll see. But we'll see if it does anything interesting going forward. But that's the strongest sage with the weakest crest. Idis, please save the show. Anyways, it definitely feels like Wise Man's Grandchild. It was so funny because when the show first started, everybody was screaming it's Wise Man's Grandchild. And I agree with that. I mean, obviously the complaint, everybody's like, oh, no, it's not, because it's not an isekai. It's literally isekai. It just feels like it because it has the same thing that Wise Man Grandchild had, which is do overpower thing, everybody reacts to it. Do overpower thing, everybody reacts to it. It has to have people react to everything Matty does. Oh my gosh, he just destroyed that thing. Oh my gosh, he just made that gigantic snake head appear. Oh my gosh, he used this. Oh my gosh, he killed the demon. Everybody's got to react to everything he does. Oh my gosh, he's talking to a dragon. Oh my gosh, he made the dragon do this. It's like, yeah, it's Sabikui Bisco. Let's move on. Sabikui Bisco, Arrested Eater Bisco. Streaming on Crunchyroll. Being done by Studio Oz or OZ. The source is a light novel. The genres are action, adventure, fantasy. Series composition and scripting done by Sadayuki Murai, who did Cowboy Bebop, Perfect Blue, Natsume Jinsho, Millennium Actress, Knights of Sidonia, and Kino Journey. And this one takes place in pretty much Japan. At some point, some explosion happens, and the entire area, we don't even really know how far it spread, but at least in this area, everything is covered with sand and dust, and this dust storm that brings about rust. And so everybody's kind of huddling up in different locations and striving to survive, but there's this constant fear that this dust will kind of sweep across the land and infect people with this rust disease, which this rust disease basically spreads throughout the body and basically turns your body to rust and will eventually kill you. And of course, it affects everything else. Everything, all objects are basically infected by this rust. Everything's just kind of being consumed by it. And eventually we follow a guy named Milo, and Milo is a doctor within one of these cities, and he is trying to find a cure for this rust disease and trying to help anybody that he can. He's kind of in the slums areas, despite their mayor really trying to recruit him to go live in luxury with all the rich people. And eventually this Bisco Akaboshi, who is this very well-known wanted criminal, he's a mushroom keeper, which mushroom keepers are basically people that go around the land, collect mushrooms and sell them in the black market. He shows up and all hell breaks loose. He's shooting these arrows that create these mushrooms that sprout, and everybody believes that the mushrooms themselves create the rust disease. And as we find out, obviously very quickly, the mushrooms actually filter and eat the rust dust or the rust wind. And so they're actually a good thing. But again, society has been raised to think that this is a bad thing, because typically wherever there's a lot of rust, there's a lot of mushrooms, because the mushrooms eat the rust. But so it's kind of the misunderstandings that's not really causing it. It's just they're feeding off it, so they're growing unnaturally there. So yeah, and so eventually Milo joins with this Bisco, and they're setting out to the world to try to find this rust eater mushroom, which is this legendary mushroom that can actually cure the rust disease. And yeah, they're being followed by I don't know, they're being followed, but they keep running into Chidori, who is this peddler that is very selfish. Your thoughts? Did I get everything? I think I got everything. It's a weird world too. There's crabs and flying slugs and hippos with cannons on their backs.
There's a lot of things with cannons on their backs.
Balloon worms.
I'm pretty interested in this show. I would put this about middle to high for me. The show has a lot of really odd concepts that I would like to explore, this is freaking action show through and through. And whenever it isn't doing those action scenes, it's almost like coming off of a high into just a kind of you're like, okay, let's just get back to the action, because the way the characters interact with each other, they're in their element when they're in action scenes. And I don't know how to better explain it other than that. When everything that is revealed seems to be being revealed during an action scene, everything that is kind of of any type of consequence is during an action scene. And so whenever they're kind of chilling for a minute and you get into the comedy kind of scenes, the chemistry just hasn't been working for me. I like Panda, but at the same time, Panda in himself is kind of wishy-washy, and Bisco is got that kind of tsundere, overwhelming type character going on, and he's always grumpy. And the odd couple for me, they're just not working. But the world itself is interesting. So it's kind of one of those that I'm in the middle of where I stand on it. However, one thing I will give this show a million times over, I love the soundtrack. I love the music in the background. It is absolutely hitting it. Anytime there is an action scene, it's got this kind of rock background, and it's absolutely awesome. And like I said, anytime there's action, this show is on its high. Anytime it's not pretty much action, it's kind of going into their comedy. It's not working. But that's my opinion.
All the reveals are in the action scenes, which there's been
It seems like it.
There's only been like one reveal in an action scene that was with Pau and Bisco and talking about the mushroom keepers and the mushroom stuff. Anyways, I don't know what show you're watching. This is like I don't know, this is like right under Slow Loop for me. Probably one of my favorite of the season. Every week I love watching this show. It is. I think the thing that sold me early on was like opening up the first episode. It was absolute show don't tell. It was just, you seen what people were going through. It kind of goes through this town and you see people are trying to find, poisonous animals or mushrooms to just try to help them have a comfortable final days because everybody is just dying from this rust disease. It really gave a great picture, not a really great picture, a not great in a way that it's good for people to be dying, but great in a way that it did it so well in portraying the setting. I knew exactly what people were going through and what they were dealing with. I mean, there was like advertisement for funeral homes and stuff like that. Everything was just very unsettling, but yet that was their reality that they're kind of living in. And I really did like that kind of setting, the opening of the setting. The only thing that I haven't really liked so far with how they're kind of telling the story is the jump backs. Like the first 2 episodes it was doing all the time. It kept jumping back to the point in which this Bisco went past this one checkpoint before he came to the town. And throughout the entire first 2 episodes, they kept jumping back there and showing us how they got past this checkpoint. And it was never really significant besides telling Bisco how renowned Bisco was. And it was quite jarring going back and forth. And I thought they were done with that. And then sure enough, in the 4th episode, they do it again, where they jump back in time again to show Milo learning how to ride this crab. But that's the only thing I don't like so far with this show is I don't like how they just love jumping back in time to show things that aren't really that significant. And I don't know why they do it. But other than that, like I said, I love the show don't tell aspect of the story. The visual style is fantastic. I love the character designs. I love a lot of their use of style and animation. Now, some of the action scenes, it feels like there's points in which they kind of cut and don't really show enough animations. But for the most part, I think this very unknown studio, Oz, is doing a phenomenal job of it. It feels like they're either a very passionate group of people or they're dumping some sort of budget in this show because it looks really good. And that does very well because I love how weird this world is. Like I said before, gigantic crabs, flying slugs, hippopotamus cannons. Everything is so weird in this world. And that's the stuff that Andrew just eats up. When it's weird, but it's yet realized, that's even better. Like, you can throw weird stuff into worlds all the time, but to make it to where it fits in that world and everybody kind of accepts it because it's a normal thing. Like, Chihiro is literally flying in a slug plane, and it's got a name, and everybody's like, yeah, she had one of those things. Like, okay, so there's more than just this one that she has? Is there a slug plane creating factory somewhere? It's so weird, and I love that aspect of it. It's the familiar yet weird and different aspect. The dust weeds that are floating, and he's talking about how they glow at night and draw in beasts. Oh yeah, by the way, there's iron mice. I want to see iron mice. Show me this weird stuff in this very weird world. The storytelling is doing well enough as well. I like the characters so far. I think Milo and Bisco are a solid comedy combination. Chihiro is obviously easily one of my favorites of the show so far. Again, she's a peddler, and she's been around. She's dealt with things. So I'm really enjoying her so far. Hopefully she doesn't stay away too much. She can kind of come in, mess with them, and then disappear shortly after. All the characters are great so far. I do wonder how much stuff they're going to get into with this show. I don't know if this is going to be a long-running show. I hope so. But that's, I think, my only current concern is I don't really know how much they're really going to get into with this season, how much they're going to adapt. Because obviously they're not going to go find Rust Eater, take out everything, and everybody's happy and, riding on a crab onto the sunset. But that's really my only concern. But I think overall, I really enjoy the show. I love the chemistry. I love the characters. I love the style. I love the world building, as weird as it is. Yeah, and I love the music is fantastic too.
It definitely feels like a long-running shonen, for sure.
Hopefully. Yeah, Rust Eater Bisco, or Sabikui Bisco. Definitely a suggestion for me. Really great. Police in a Pod, or Hakozume Kuban Joshi no Gyakushu. This one is streaming on, I didn't write it down again. Crunchyroll? Funimation.
I think it's Funimation.
I think it's Funimation too. We're just going to guess every show going forward. A lot of the shows are kind of going on both, so it doesn't really matter. Streaming, going for 13 episodes. The studio is Madhouse. The source is manga. The genres are slice of life comedy. And this one follows a girl named Kawaii. And Kawaii at some point is going to resign from her job as a police officer. It seems like when she was younger, her father was like, just whatever you do, get into public service, you know. Any job, just get into public service, get into government, basically. And unfortunately, the only job that she was able to qualify for was being a police officer. And she starts doing the job, and she realized very quickly, everybody hates police officers, and I hate this job, and I don't want to do this anymore. And so she's going to resign, but then she is assigned a new partner, Fuji, and she kind of just, okay, well, I'll hold off for a second to do, turn this in. And then she kind of works throughout the day with Fuji, and eventually, it kind of comes to a realization that she kind of likes working alongside Fuji. She kind of mixes things up a little bit for her. So she decides that she's going to, I could turn this in anytime. Let me just kind of see how things go. So it kind of just follows Kawaii and Fuji as they do their day-to-day work. They eventually meet the other departments like the crime investigation team and everything. And it just kind of shows the daily life of a police officer in Japan, technically. And the shenanigans they go through and how everybody hates them. I mean, it makes sense because, when do you meet a police officer? It's usually at your worst or you're doing something wrong.
Yeah. So
nobody likes police officers, unfortunately. But yeah, your thoughts on Police in a Pod?
I have generally very much enjoyed the show. The comedy side is hit and miss. Sometimes I find something really funny. Sometimes it's like, whatever. But what really does kind of kick this show up a notch for me is definitely its kind of more heavier drama moments. This show, what it'll do is it will go through, basically they'll pick a subject, speeding, and then they'll kind of do something with it. They'll discuss, like Andrew had mentioned, when do you see a police officer at your worst moment? When you're driving a little bit too fast and the police officer pulls you over and you're sitting there nervous and everything.
Tax
like that.
leeches.
And yeah, these people are obviously not avoid of speaking their mind about how much they feel about police officers. And that's really kind of the comedy is more how you really want to, what you really want to say to the police officer.
He just drove away without a seatbelt on. Guess we're taking away his license today, aren't we?
And so some of those things, some of the comedy is hit. Some of them it's like, I get the joke. I'll just go ahead and leave it there. But where I think the show kind of more shines is kind of the more drama moments where it kind of shifts into this telling a story of a situation involved with a something that's a little bit more heavier. For instance, Andrew, in one of his videos, he discussed a episode where they were talking about a girl who was kind of a delinquent. They actually introduced another delinquent in that same situation that they end up talking about later. But this particular delinquent was, I don't know, she was selling herself or whatever have you. She was...
Yeah, she claimed she was going around with a bunch of men and making money that way. And an escort and that, maybe further than that.
When they start going into her story, they talk to her and then they start doing kind of their comedy bits where the girl obviously has more experience than the police officers. But that being set aside, they do go through, and at some point, one of the I think it was Fuji, kind of notices something involved with when they bring the parents there. They see a situation that could be happening in the home. Now, when this entire story was told, it doesn't really kind of reveal that per se. It just kind of is a consequence of her police skills. And I liked how that was pulled off. They do something similar in another episode that happens a little bit later. And that one really hit home. But it's one of those things that for me personally, it hit home. It's one of those things that when you get those really good solid drama moments and you feel that kind of emotional hit, it really pulls everything together. And I really do love that this writer does take the time with those more emotional points to not just say, okay, these are a goofy, odd couple all the time, and everything they do is funny, and haha, isn't police work fun and goofy, and or at the same time, aren't these people crazy? No, it actually takes the time to actually go back and forth. And I think it's balanced well. It doesn't super heavy focus on their goofy comedy involved with those crazy crooks, but it actually takes the time to actually humanize a lot of these people or these characters and actually say, this is a story that I'm trying to tell here.
Done?
Yeah.
Holy crap! I don't think you've ever talked about a show as much as at least in a pod. I don't have anything to talk about. Like usually, I have to explain all this stuff. I'm on the same boat. Honestly, I'm a little bit different in the idea that I think after seeing how well, just the insights into how, because honestly, policing in Japan is different than policing anywhere else.
Yeah.
And so it is kind of interesting to get an insight into how they handle things. Like when they get into this particular passing of this person, it's very odd to see how involved they are. Like typically it's, like in the United States, it's typically, tape off the area and then call in the investigators. I mean, you don't see police officers walk in there and go, okay, let me start dusting for prints and stuff. It's like the police are a lot more involved. And granted, I don't know if that's actually true, and the way they portray it in the show is concrete, but it at least it's an interesting insight into how policing works in Japan. I actually really do like it. And technically, yes, there's a lot of aspects of how they handle, just traffic stops and stuff like that a lot differently there as well. So that part of it I'm really interested in. I actually really like a lot of the insights into police work. Typically, and this is kind of my expectations coming into it, typically I'm used to the new Dominion Tank Police, you're under arrest, all these more goofier, older 90s, 80s police, it was very popular in the 90s, especially and also in the 80s. There was a huge boom in anime that were just shenanigan cops going out there and destroying things, and then coming back to the chief who's yelling at them for destroying property because they had to take down the bad guy who was holed up in a building and they shot up the place. That was a thing back then. So I was honestly expecting that coming to Police in the Pod, but actually what I got was a 2-part, which you kind of explained already, which is it's comedy, and then the other half is these very real slice of life drama beats that police deal with. And so honestly, because the comedy very rarely does it for me, I'm just more looking for the more serious points of the show, because I think a lot of the comedy that they're doing with the show is technically more centered around the idea of I hate my job. And like I've said before, that was my same issue that I had with Life Lessons, was sometimes there's certain comedy that's kind of, it requires relatability. Like you have to go, yeah, I know what you mean. And that kind of is where it sits with this comedy as well, as I don't really find it. Yeah, I got a kick out of the fact that the entire crime investigation team has pompadours because I think it makes them look tough. There's some that's still there that is still funny especially when it's not around the idea that I just hate my job. The fact that Fuji really hates the pamphlet art, or the pamphlet photo with the police officer lady sitting, kneeling down next to the little girl and saying, come join the police force. And then yet she accidentally does it herself and then freaks out and runs off. And then everybody's like, police girls are scary. I don't want to be a police officer anymore. That stuff is funny. So it does some funny parts that I do get a kick out of. It's just most of the time it misses for me. And so what I get my enjoyment out of is
the dude who joined the police force just to ride at the front of a marathon thing wasn't funny?
I didn't get that part, apparently.
Oh.
But it has its moments, but it's more miss than hit for me. So yeah, I technically do get more enjoyment, even though most of the time it's not enjoyable. It's more tragic. It's just getting more into the more serious sides of the whole thing, and again, getting some insights into how they kind of do police work and stuff. So it's interesting. I enjoy it. It's a lot more enjoyable than the synopsis they gave us initially, which was just pretty much Kawaii's quitting and Fuji came in and she's super beautiful. So Kawaii's like, oh my gosh, Doki Doki's want to follow Fuji around. It definitely is not that story. So I don't know what the hell. I don't know. I'm guessing they were just Yuri baiting the synopsis just to get people to watch the show. I didn't get any of that. I mean, yes, she does find she's beautiful, and yes, there's a connection there, but it definitely wasn't the synopsis. So yeah, we'll see. I'm definitely sticking with it, if not anything but just kind of the more interesting sides of police work and not so much we shoot up an entire building and chief yells at us. That's my experience with police shows in Japan is we shoot up building, we run cars into stuff, and then the chief yells at us. So it's definitely not that. So yeah, Police Nippon. Definitely see where that goes. In the Land of Leadale is our next one, or Leadale no Daichi Nite. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll, running for 12 episodes. Studio is Maho Film. The source is a light novel. The genres are adventure fantasy. Somebody whispered that they were going to core, but I haven't seen anything to confirm, so I'm sticking with 12. Because that's what everything lists it as. But this one essentially follows a girl named Kana, and Kana is unfortunately on life support. It kind of notes the idea that at some point she was, while bedridden, playing this VR MMO game. Think like Mother's Rosario, if you've ever watched Sword Art Online. This idea of people that are like in hospitals and stuff are able to kind of get some enjoyment, entertainment out of doing VR games. Well, at some point, there's a power outage, and it's implied that she died at that point and found herself transported into the game world that she had played for so long. But the weird thing is 200 years has passed in this particular world that she played in before, and she doesn't really know why she's there. She doesn't see any. She's trying to look for if there's any other players, but she's kind of just, going about this world and trying to figure things out while just kind of enjoying things at the same time. At some point, it gets in the idea that she had these adopted children these NPCs adopted children that she did at some point that was in this game. So she's obviously reacquainting herself with those children that are now, 200 years older. It gets into the idea that there's these kind of towers that each of the players had at some point that are like these little cache for the different players, like player housing. And so she's going to each one of those towers to discover if they're still functioning. She's already kind of met one of these towers and obviously got the indication there that their owner hasn't been there for 200 years. And so she kind of becomes the new master of that tower. But yeah, basically her enjoying her life in this new world, but at the same time discovering new things to put her, I guess, existence into, which is, again, her children and the idea that these NPCs might possibly be her new family and people that she wants to care for. So your thoughts on In the Land of Leadale?
I've so far in this show, I've really kind of enjoyed the kind of, for lack of a better term, like Andrew had kind of mentioned, this kind of family friendship type thing that she's building. And I think that that's where the show really kind of more shines, is this idea of moving into this new existence and exploring the world. But when it comes down to it, she's really more focused on who is it that I really care about, and just building and forging these relationships and friendships and really expanding on that. And I think that's where the show really shines. It really does take the time to say, hey, yeah, we might bicker, but when it comes down to it, we're family. And so we need to, we're family.
Insert Need for Speed, or not Fast and Furious meme.
So that's what I very much have enjoyed about this show is their take on that aspect. Like I had mentioned, the bickering matches between Kenya and Scargo and how flashy and overwhelming he is, and that he shouldn't kind of barge into her room in the middle of the night, and yet being forgiving in the next day after chewing him out really solidly. So yeah, really am enjoying this show and having a lot of fun with it.
That was one of the funny aspects of having essentially everybody that was a player in this world. It was obviously deemed as being some sort of legendary, powerful being, and so the whole thing around Kana specifically was that she was known as like this witch of the tower or something like that. So 200 years pass, and everybody still talks about this tower that's out there that has this witch in it, which is obviously supposed to be Kana from 200 years before. And so, obviously, even with her children, who she adopted a long time ago, they fear her. Like, they know that she's extremely powerful. So not only do they obviously respect her as their parent, they also have this fear because she's obviously extremely powerful. And so when they screw up, they're like, "Oh no, she's gonna destroy everything." There was this note that when she first went to go see Scargo, he's obviously this big dean of this big academy and stuff, he's actually a leader. And so when she comes there, they're like, "Oh, well, he's like really busy." They don't know that this is technically her mother or the guy's mother. And so they turn her away. And so when they find out that she was turned away, they freak out like, "Holy crap, they turned mom away." She's going to do something drastic or something like that. So they like extremely fear her because she was, again, this really powerful player back in the day. But anyways, my thoughts on this show, when the first episode, to be honest, I didn't like. I figured it was going to be very laid back, very, very, I'm not going to say poorly animated, but just not much budget put into the show. It just felt like it was going to be a throwaway show about just having fun in isekai. And it really felt like I was almost a little bit put off by the fact that they were going out of their way to kind of avoid what seemed like a very serious subject matter. This idea that she was bedridden for her entire life. She was on life support, and then suddenly she's in this other world, and it indicates, like, she brings up this little mascot thing she calls Key, which is like this, like the player's mascot character that will tell them about stuff. And the thing's like, "Yeah, I noted a power outage, so you might be dead," kind of thing. And she's like, "Oh, that sucks. So anyways, let's go get some food." It's like, are we gonna get into this? Like, it feels like this kind of is a bad thing. But second episode and onward, I really did fall in love with the show because, yes, it doesn't feel like it wants to get stuck in heavier subjects, but it dabbles in it. It gives it just enough of that subject to get an idea what it kind of impacts the character, and then it kind of moves on. And I think that's kind of the point. And it really did solidify it a lot with her going to the first tower. Because again, her starting off, the only missions that she really has, like her only goal that she really has set before her is, well, is there other players here? Well, okay, obviously 200 years has passed, and that's kind of weird, but it could have been updated. It could have just, this game world could have been updated to be 200 years later. So she's going to these towers. She finds the first tower. The first tower is like, "Yeah, it's been 200 years. The person that owned this tower has not been here. My mana's low." And so she gives her some mana and becomes the new master of it. But then she immediately kind of goes into a shell. Like, even if I find all these towers, it doesn't matter because there's no other players. She's alone. She feels alone at that point, so she kind of goes up in a ball. But it still kind of gets goofy around it because Scargo shows up and everything. And then immediately after that, she's eating food and Kartats finds her. And she's like, "Yeah, I was a little bit bummed for a little bit, but then I got hungry, so I went out and ate, and then I realized it doesn't matter." And then she, at that point, establishes that stuff doesn't matter because I can't control it. What's important right now is that I actually have a family. And I kind of like the fact that I have a family here. She immediately like embraces Kartats. Like, this is her new purpose. She doesn't know what's going on. She can't control it. But at least these people are her family. And it kind of gravitates towards that. And again, following that, getting to the idea that, you know, now I don't really, when she sees people die around her, she doesn't like it. These aren't just NPCs to her anymore. These are her existence. Now, granted, I feel like it dashed that a little bit by the idea that she immediately, following her being disgusted by NPCs dying around her, she immediately blasts this guy and freezes him into 50 million chunks of flesh. But it was still the idea that it's getting into, which is that these people around her are important. And it again, not too heavy on the idea. And for that reason, I've been enjoying it. Like every week, this is another show that I'm extremely excited to watch because it just does everything right. The interaction, I think the golden nugget within the show is her family. I really love, the first introduction to Kartats, and he immediately turns around and goes, Mom, and then kind of just falls over like, oh crap, I wasn't really expecting that kind of reaction and I wasn't really ready for it. And again, the whole idea of Mai and Scargo being completely terrified of Kaina and their family that they're trying, well, Mai has a family. All that stuff is really a lot of fun. I really do enjoy the interactions that come from that. Like Mai and Scargo getting in a fight and she immediately shows up and she's like, by the way, we have something to talk about. What I tell you about, using magic to have your disputes. And so she just starts wailing into them. It's a lot of fun. I really do like, I typically don't really enjoy whenever shows have the quote unquote, my first baby stories where it's this idea of they don't really have a child, but a child shows up and then it becomes their child. And so they have to deal with the aspects of being a parent. This one's doing it in a different way, and I really do like how they're doing it because technically she's alone and these are kind of adopted children, but there's a chemistry there that I think they're pulling off really well. And it's sprinkling in different changes to Kaina and how she deals with people around her that I think will probably turn into something really good. So it has me really excited for what they can get into the future. So the idea that possibly being maybe a split core or something later on does have me excited, but we'll see. We'll see what they can manage to pull off with this one single core. But so far, I'm really enjoying it. Rough first episode, but I'm enjoying it. So yeah, in the Land of Leadale. Slow Loop. This one is streamed on Funimation, running for 12 episodes. Studio is Connect. Source is a manga. Genres are slice of life and sports. Director is Noriaki Akitaya, who did Cast on Dandelion, Active Raid, Are You the Only One That Loves Me? The series composition by Yuka Yamada, who did Maid Dragon, Ahara Ride, Nanan Biori, and Wataten. So, solid people working on it. This one opens up following a girl named Hiyori, and Hiyori is doing fly fishing. This was something that was taught to her by her late father. Unfortunately, we established very quickly that she's kind of to herself and that she, misses her father that has passed away, to how they translate it, a popular illness. I've never had that one before. It's usually a mysterious illness. This one was a popular illness. But anyways, I'm detracting from the seriousness of it. At some point, some girl named Koharu shows up, and she immediately wants to jump into the ocean. She's like, no, stop. You can't just jump in there. But Koharu immediately starts getting interested in Hiyori's fly fishing. She's like, what are you doing? It looks really cool. Can I learn how to do it? And so the two of them are fishing together. Eventually, they slice up the fish and eat it. And they have a lot of fun together. But eventually, Hiyori's like, oh, crap, I got to go. I'm going with my mother to meet my new father and their family. And Koharu's like, oh yeah, that's a coincidence. I'm doing that too. I'm gonna meet my new sister and my new mother. So yeah, it just so happens they're actually new sisters. They're actually their parents are wedding because their parents have lost somebody significant and now they're marrying into a new family. And so it kind of starts this whole thing with these two new sisters and their enjoyment of fishing and kind of dabbling a little bit into their loss of their family members and kind of finding strength within each other. Eventually they meet Koi, or at least Hiyori introduces Koharu to Koi, who is this other girl that her father is like big into fishing and they have a fishing shop, but she's always having to run it, unfortunately. And the issues that she has with her father and kind of the past that she's had with Hiyori, how when Hiyori lost her father, Koi feels like she didn't have the words to give to Hiyori, so she has a little bit of regrets there. And yeah, that's kind of the deal so far with Slow Loop. So your thoughts?
This one is an interesting show. To get it out of the way, I have very much enjoyed it. The kind of slice of life aspect and the kind of more I don't want to say melodrama. It's just at this level of just kind of maintaining this aspect of dealing with loss and dealing with like Andrew had mentioned, regrets and stuff like that. There's a lot of acceptance in this show of accepting the loss and finding new connections. And I really have enjoyed that about this show. It really does balance that very well, keeping this more lighthearted feel to it, and still dealing with some more heavier subjects. I very much love the way that they have reflected on these kind of connections and how how important those are to handling loss. And that's one of the things that I think is where the show really shines. The going into fly fishing and giving yourself something outside of what you have to kind of find a way to fix that injury, for a lack of a better term. And so that's that. Like I said, I very much have enjoyed this in that respect.
Yeah, this is probably easily one of my favorite shows this season. But at the same time, it's like I hate the show too because it hurts. It hurts to watch. And it was interesting because at some point, one of my live streams, we were talking about Slow Loop, and I hesitate to recommend it, and that's really partly to do with my own personal experiences. It obviously, Hiyori has lost her father, and so me having lost my father, it's hard when those scenes come up. It wrecks me. Like every single episode, the moment that she starts thinking about her father, it obviously hurts me, and so it is one of those things where I feel like if you have a loss that's very fresh, you're going to have that feeling of kind of relatability. But at the same time, the show itself is very positive. It's trying to heal those wounds. It's showing the wounds. You're obviously going to feel those wounds as well, but it's showing how somebody gets over those wounds and moves on with their life. And it's constantly, of course, going to be reflecting on that, while at the same time being a cute girl's doing cute things. And I think it's doing a really good job of balancing the two. But I do feel like, yes, maybe once an episode or maybe once every other episode, it feels like there's maybe one episode where it didn't really hit on it too much. But it feels like it takes a moment every now and then to kind of reflect on that. Because obviously their loved ones they've lost are important to them. Obviously, a lot of the focus in the earlier episodes is on Hiyori and her loss of her father. But it's here recently started getting into the fact that Koharu has obviously lost something as well. She lost her mother and her little brother to a car accident. So they're probably going to start hitting on to how she technically deals with that. Obviously, she's super hyper Genki, and so it seems like it doesn't really bother her. But it wasn't here recently until we see, oh yeah, by the way, whenever her father went to work, she was alone, and now she's able to be with Hiyori. So it's starting to dabble into it, but it's significant enough that I feel like it's one of those things where it's balancing the two of them. It's fun, cutesy, let's have fun and come together, but at the same time, it's reflecting on it and trying to heal. And so that is where I get my hesitation because me personally, it literally shatters me every episode. I'm like crying, like crap. This show, I don't like this, but I love it at the same time. But I think the thing that always kind of keeps it going is that little branch of healing and coming together and bonding and recovering together. Finding that, yes, always having that connection to your past, which I think for Hiyori is the fly fishing. When she mentioned to Koharu the idea of, well, I'm going to learn other fishing methods because I think that'll be easier for you to learn. It's like, no, that fly fishing, that's your connection. That's the thing that always reminds you of the one you love, and you really should never get rid of that. And it seems like she's not really, even though she said that she was going to learn other methods, it seems like they're still doing fly fishing. So it doesn't seem like she. The one thing that surprised me the most was probably Koi. I love Koi. Koi is fantastic because they've already done so much with her too. I think they've done more with Koi than anybody else, which is very surprising. It seemed like she was going to be a side character to kind of pull in, but it's already getting into her and her difficulties with her father. The fact that she's always kind of hated her father, but yet she at some point acknowledges how great her father is. Again, getting into how she could have stepped forward when Hiyori had lost her father, but she didn't because she didn't feel like whatever she said would not help. But then she realizes Koharu is helping Hiyori, and she has this moment of like almost jealousy, but also regret at the same time. And like, well, I can't do anything now. But then Koharu's like, no, get up. Okay, I guess I can do something now. It is doing it so fantastic. Like this show is just on so many levels, so much more than a cute girls doing cute things. And honestly, at face value, I thought that's what this is going to be. Oh, let's see, cute girls doing fishing. This will be fun. I had zero expectation for them to really, because typically whenever you have shows like this where, there's quite a few shows out there where, parents marry again after losing their loved ones and, girlfriend becomes sister or friend becomes sibling, but never in kind of keeping to acknowledging that loss. So all signs point that I was expecting this to be just a generic, but I'm perfectly fine with. Cute girls doing cute things, but it becomes so much more to it. Now, again, I can probably attribute it to the relatability of it, but in any sense, I think I would probably still be emotional because you realize just how much these characters are hurting and how much they've not really been able to have the life that they should have had as children. I mean, that was something they hit on very early with Koharu, is like, she never really had that experience that she should have had, and now she has it with Hiyori. And again, Hiyori with Koharu. And I love that connection. I love that relatability that these two have with each other that they're discovering over time and hitting on that and that healing that's happening and accepting of new family. I think that's something else they're hitting on, is this idea that at some point, I think on the third episode, they hit on the idea of, you know, isn't it weird to have this strange new woman in your house, Koharu? And then Koharu's like, well, isn't it weird to have this strange new guy in your house? It's acknowledging the idea that, you know, you don't have to accept these people, but they're kind of there. And that it's okay to kind of accept them. They don't have to be a replacement, but they can still be in your life. I do love that. Like, everything about this show, I'm absolutely loving. The characters are fun. The comedy's great. I thought Koharu would be obnoxious Genki, but they're keeping her at a really good level. Just very good-hearted type of character. So, yeah, I'm loving it to death. It's definitely one of my favorites of the year or the season. I guess year technically, because we haven't had the rest of the year. But yeah, I love it. So, looking forward to more of it, even though it makes me cry a lot.
Yeah, I was going to toss in and then you kind of covered it, the idea of having this love-hate, and she doesn't really do the hate side of it, but there is that anguish involved in having this, and maybe they'll talk about it at some point. That would be a really cool thing to deal with, is this anguish of having this thing that you have a connection with. We in our particular situation would be video games with my dad, or going out and doing stuff.
Anytime
crafting
building
stuff,
building vehicles, video games, pretty much with him.
That's our connection, and we love video games. So it's one of those things of get the right video game, and it's kind of a, you know, tearful moment of I love this game, but at the same time I have a huge connection with my dad. It would probably be Zelda for me, in particular.
I don't know if I told you, but when I was over at our brother's place in California, I found I opened up our old it was the Game Boy Advance SP, the full type. I opened it up, and surprisingly, the battery still worked, and it just fired right on. And sure enough, it was like the loading screen of like Final Fantasy, one of the Final Fantasies. And I started it up, and one of the characters was named Dadoki, and I'm like, that hurt.
Man.
he always made fun of the fact that I had this doll, which is of Ryoki, which is one of the Cabets from Tenchi Muyo, and he's always kind of gravitated to that Oki part, Kinoki or Ryoki, so he just called his characters Dadoki. So yeah, that was that's dad's save right there.
And it's one of those things of that, like we were saying, there's this moment of I love that. I'm actually tearing up right now. I love that I have that connection to my dad, but it will always be something that I will have that connection through that thing with him. And so yes, while I have both that hurt, at the same time, it's something that I will continue to love through the rest of my life. And that's one of those things that comes out of this show, where you see that her doing the fly fishing and spreading that to somebody else. She'll have that connection to the new person that will help her go into the future with that thing that she loves, that she loved with her dad. And they keep showing that, where with these kind of quick flashbacks of her remembering being on the boat with her dad. So it's one of those things that's really, really a beautiful thing that they do portray in the show.
And I think that's the important thing, is it's portraying it so well. Like, it doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel overdone. It doesn't feel like it's
melodramatic.
ruining the experience. Yeah, it doesn't. And that's a credit to be given to it. What thing have we not mentioned that I think it's pulling off technically, because you don't mention it? It's not jarring. It's never jarring. It never feels like the mood swings around like crazy, which it could easily do. So yeah, it's pulling it all really well off. So Slow Loop, definitely a treasure. Miss Kuroitsu from the Monster Development Department, or Kaijin Kaihatsu Bu no Kuroitsu-san. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll, running for 12 episodes, done by Studio Quad. Sources of manga, genres are comedy, fantasy. Director is Hisashi Saito, who did Haganai and Sister New Devil, and series composition by Katsuhiko Takayama, who did Feature Diary, Anoa Zero, Big Order, and Sagrada Reset. This one follows Toka Kuroitsu, as the title implies, and she is a part of the Monster Development Department for the Agastya group, which is a group amongst many other groups, it seems like, that are trying to take over the world. So in this world, there are superheroes, think like Kamen Rider, think
magical girls.
Yeah, they actually introduced magical girls here recently, which I didn't really think they were going to get into, but no, I was thinking of like Super Sentai type stuff. But yeah, so there's tons of heroes in this world, and again, there's tons of companies that are all trying their hardest to take over the world. And like I said, Agastya is one such particular company. And again, Toka is part of this development department that's trying to make monsters to send out and take down the heroes. So, and kind of the whole shtick with here is that it's very business-like in that regard, where you do have, obviously deadlines that are having to be kept. There's regulations and stipulations they put on the particular monster development. They have all these goals and restrictions that they have to deal with, and all the departments they have to kind of work alongside, all to eventually send out a wolf boy girl. And that wolf boy girl has to take out the bad guy. And sometimes it always doesn't work out. And again, Kuroitsu has a lot of stresses and issues that she has to face that she's kind of getting over just to get that done. So your thoughts?
One of the things that I absolutely love about this show is its mundane life side. The what Andrew was kind of mentioning, the idea of the budgets, the fact that the evil quote unquote evil company is into all kinds of different things. The fact that after work she goes to the corner store, and it just so happens that the corner store the masked rider guy is actually the one that's serving her. I love that kind of goofy aspects of this show. It's one of those weird things where having that as its comedy works really well. The downside is on the flip side, where they're actually doing kind of where they're doing the actual scenes, it's so much of a letdown in a lot of cases, which I guess in a way is probably a tribute to its comedy, is the fact that because of the lack of budget, she can't make a Hydra girl really well. They will never implement the venom. Exactly.
That's the whole idea of it. They never implement the venom. They keep giving her heads, but they won't give her venom.
Now, like I said, to its credit, that's the comedy. So in one respect, I love the comedy, and on the other side, it's like, I want to see her actually succeed. It's this weird.
That's right. They can't give Wolf Boy the right armor to fight with.
Exactly. So in a lot of ways, I've very much enjoyed this show. There's so many goofy things that I do love about it. Its mundane nature is absolutely fantastic. I love the fact that it is what I've been actually clamoring for a while, of this kind of seeing the opposite side of these shows and how the side actually works. So the recruiter calling up this girl and saying, "Hey, do you want to go and do this?" "No, I don't want to do that no more." "Well, I've got food." "Well, I am kind of hungry, so I guess I'll go and do it one more time." that kind of stuff is really well done. I've absolutely enjoyed that side of it.
The foot soldiers that always get blown away really easily in fights are actually just, part-timers. No, I really want to like this show, but it just doesn't really work for me 93% of the time. I'm not going to say 92%. 93% of the time, it doesn't work for me. And that's my struggle that I have with it. It's like there's these little nuggets in it that I really like, but for the most part, I'm always typically bored watching the show. Not really bored watching the show, just not really into it. And that's the unfortunate thing. Like the first episode, it didn't really work for me. I mean, I like the whole idea of the wolf boy and how it seemed like the boss, Akashik, who basically is the leader of Agastya, she'll like find her. So it's like the Hydra. The fact that the Hydra is a cute little girl, they didn't even show it, but I know what happened.
Yeah.
Like every time that this Akashik girl this leader walks into this development department, she goes, "I want this Fluffy. I want this to be." They were making the wolf boy, and he was like super strong and buff and everything, and then apparently at some last minute moment she came in and said, "I want it to be a cute wolf girl." So they end up making it into a wolf girl. And so he's really mad because he's developed his mind and trained his mind having a male body, and suddenly I know where he's in a cute wolf girl's body. With the crazy Thunderbird thing, it was like this crazy mecha Gundam looking thing, and then suddenly by the end she says, "I want a big fluffy chicken." And like I said, I can assume what happened to Hydra is she probably wanted a cute girl. Those things like that, I really got a kick out of. A lot of my enjoyment, especially like the second episode and onward, is I do like the aspect of the business side of things and how you can take these what seem like very threatening people that are obviously trying to take over the world, and suddenly they are in business suits trying to handle business-like stuff with other companies that are all technically trying to take over the world. It's a lot of fun in that regard. Megastus is hilarious. I like this idea of this. You got this crazy mask on in the hood, but he's technically like a businessman. He's got a very business mind. A lot of that stuff's really fun. Like the business trip and everything was great. But like a lot of the other stuff, like this whole long segment of putting Cannon and Thunderbird thing together was boring. Because it's technically them just going from department to department and talking about regulations and having to remake it and remake it and remake it. It makes sense and it's kind of funny, but at the same time, I don't know if I need a long segment about it. So I don't know, like it seems to miss the mark for me a lot. The inclusion of the magical girls does kind of boost up a little bit because I think it gets a little bit too stuck in the Super Sentai stuff and the fan service for Super Sentai fans, which honestly doesn't really work for me too much because it's not as if I watch a lot of Super Sentai stuff, but I'm sure Super Sentai fans probably love it and eat it to death. It's not really necessarily a new idea, a new concept, because we had Vesda plot and we've had other. The one thing that shows our storytellers love doing right now is the bad guy's perspective, but I don't know. It's like I said, it doesn't work for me most of the time. But it's not as if I'm bored watching this show. It's just it's a struggle for me to really kind of get through it because most of the show isn't really that entertaining. It's just there's these little segments where it does something that I think is funny or interesting. Twist on the whole, I guess, formula of Super Sentai and bad guys and stuff. So it's a mixed bag. Definitely a mixed bag, but it's definitely interesting. So Miss Kuroitsu, definitely check that out if that's interesting to you. Life of an ordinary guy who reincarnated into a total fantasy knockout, or fantasy bashoujo juniku ojisan to. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll, running for I don't know how many episodes. The studio is OLM Team Yoshioka. The source is a manga, and the genres are adventure, comedy, and fantasy. And this one follows Tachibana and Jinjuji, and they are in our modern times Japan. And it kind of points out the fact that Tachibana is a very normal, standard guy, very middle of the road. Doesn't really have that much of appeal to him, but he's not technically an unappealing person. But he's always been with his friends since I think middle school or something, Jinjunji. And Jinjunji is pretty much the knockout. He's the guy that all the girls fawn over, the guy that all the girls want. And so it's unfortunate for Tachibana because he feels like he is never going to find a wife because he at some point says, I need to get Jinjunji to, bag a girl and get married because I'm never going to get married unless this guy gets married. And all the attention is no longer on him, which I'm sure it'll probably still be on him. But after some point, after they have a,
they don't. What do you mean? They don't just randomly get ugly after
there's a ring on him. Oh, I cannot touch this guy. But anyways, after like them going out and drinking and everything like that, Tachibana is just kind of flat on the ground, drunk, and he's talking about how, I just wish I was reborn as a beautiful woman. Like, I guess the idea is if you can't have the best woman, you might as well become the woman. And then he wants to be the most beautiful woman, the most ideal woman that even the women, I guess, want. And this goddess appears. Well, the other thing that happens is Jinjuji's like, if I had a wish, I just want to get this guy home. I mean, Jinjuji really likes Tachibana. Like Tachibana is like his oasis, he says. Like, this is the guy that I can always feel comfortable with. Whenever he's with women, he's kind of always uncomfortable. He doesn't really trust women. And it seems like Tachibana is like his oasis. And so he's like, I just want to get this guy home. I want to get him home safe and everything. And then this goddess appears. Goddess of love and beauty shows up, and she's like, hey, is that guy dead? I want to kind of transport you guys. Oh, he's not dead? Okay, well, I'll just shoot him. It's like, so this is like, I guess you can give this story credit for having a unique isekai. Typically, it's Truck-kun, or it's walking through a portal, or it's falling asleep, or it's peeing yourself with a tractor coming towards you. This one was like literally the goddess is like, I need to reincarnate you guys. You're not dead yet. Let me kill you. So like literally the reincarnation is the goddess killing you. But anyways, she transports them, and not before Jinjuji says that she's like an LED goddess or something like that. Like she says the halos around her are not like special; they're just LEDs. But she transports them, and is apparently very upset at Jinjuji. Says, I'm gonna curse you guys to have to go take out this demon lord here, and if you can defeat the demon lord, I'll correct things, because we find out Tachibana has been turned into a girl. And the ideal girl that he was seeking so much. So kind of it starts there. They kind of are a little bit thrown off by the whole situation, but they're like, look, let's just go take out this demon lord, and then hopefully then we'll get Tachibana back to his normal body, because the thing that they're finding out really quickly is that there's attraction there. Jinjuji, this guy that's never seen any girl as being attractive or anything, is suddenly finding himself attracted by Tachibana, who's now in a girl's body, and Tachibana is now suddenly realizing Jinjuji is like this tall and very handsome and reliable guy. And so they're constantly conflicted, and they kind of assume that it's probably the curse that she put on them, but they're not really quite sure, and they don't want to admit to it because then they don't want to, creep their friend out they've known since middle school, and shenanigans happen. So the other kind of funny thing is they realize their abilities are really weird. Obviously, Tachibana has become the ideal girl, but also Jinjuji got his wish, and that the fact that he wants to take Tachibana home because he has a skill that will literally create a door to take Tachibana home. So the skills and everything are kind of warped and weird in this world. But yeah, that's basically the shtick so far. So Tachibana is the irresistible female in this world, and Jinjuji is just super overpowered and getting Tachibana home. Your thoughts?
I have absolutely loved the absurdity of the show. From the get-go, like Andrew had mentioned, the goddess of love and beauty coming in to isekai them, and Junji can't help but insult her in every way, shape, or form. And there's just so many goofy aspects to this show. It's one of those things that to give you an even bigger notice of why I'm so excited about the show is after watching like 3 or 4 episodes of this show and seeing all the goofy hijinks that these characters get into, knowing that in the future there's going to be a Kirito of some sort, I can't wait to see what they do with this character. There's so much.
What, Schwartz von Lichtenstein?
Yeah, the Schwartz von Lichtenstein. I didn't know that was his name, but
I didn't either until I looked it up on Mal.
But yeah,
but he's obviously very much so. No, they showed a peak of him at the end of this last episode.
Did they?
So hopefully, next episode they'll have him.
It's stuff like that.
I hope he's a total parody of Kirito. He looks like
exactly.
Kirito.
He looks exactly like Kirito. That's what he's going for. So it's like, I can't wait to see them parody this into the ground with everything that they've done so far, of making fun of the overpowered character. Junji is overpowered, and so they're constantly trying to kind of chill out on what he does. And then you've got Tachibana as this character who is so over the top gorgeous that they walk into an area, and while there's absolute chaos from bandits raiding a town, every one of the bandits randomly starts confessing love and asking for marriage, and then on top of that saying, "This is how many kids I want," and it's like it's just craziness. And then Junji walks in, and then suddenly he gets charmed by Tachibana, and he just goes nuts on everything. I just love how crazy the show has been so far.
Well, he showed his chest. He needs to cover up. No, I think that's the thing I enjoy most about it. It's just over the top, goofy, and again, it's not too much like something like Fruit of Evolution that I'm not, I'm off put by it. It keeps itself calm enough that I don't get lost in it. And a lot of the comedy is really fantastic. I've really been enjoying pretty much everything they've kind of laid out for it. And a lot of that really is around Tachibana and Junji's kind of goofiness together. Because Tachibana at some point starts to want to get Junji to acknowledge that he is, appealing. Because he wants to see if how the charming thing works. And if he'll, admit to it so that he can suggest the idea that it's the curse. Again, they don't want to admit both sides. But Jinjuji is really cool too, and he's got that aspect of, when he realizes that Tachibana is, showing too much cleavage, he literally just takes him and chucks him. Like, it's not like cover yourself up. It's not like, avert your eyes and act like you didn't see it. It's literally like, cover yourself up and chucks him. Just chucks him into the bandit camp. It's just absolutely good. And I was kind of surprised because I think I agree with you with the whole possible Kirito parody character, because when they introduced the next character, which was Tidolito, how you say that, the elf, I really wasn't sure what they were going to do with it. I was assuming it was going to be another isekai that was made into a knockout beauty, but it ends up just being somebody that just thinks everybody should, praise her because everybody obviously thinks that she's beautiful. And she's literally mad because the entire village or the entire forest is burnt down, and their sacred beast has been killed. Oh, by the way, it was Junjuji. Just punched the whole one pun. They keep pointing that out. The one punch of killing it. And it turns into this really goofy thing where she's obviously really mad. She wants to kill them because Tachibana is more beautiful and everybody selects her over her. And it just turns into this whole goofy thing where he nearly kills her with this rock because he doesn't know how powerful he is. And it's like, okay, cool. So they've shown me that they can introduce new characters, and it's going to spice it up. Because obviously my fear that I had with the early few episodes was like, okay, this is really funny, but is it going to get old? I feel like this could get old, but they keep kind of mixing it up and they keep adding things into it to keep it, refreshed. Can I also acknowledge the fact that technically the goddess is Rikujimiya, and it sucks because she's not around. Like she shows up at the very beginning, she disappears. Obviously the elf is obsessed with her because that's like the goddess of love and beauty, and so she praises her. But like this one segment that she gets angry at Jinjiji and Tachibana, obviously, and she gets really mad and starts saying that she's gonna curse them and everything like that. And I'm like, there's the Rikujima I haven't heard in so long. Obviously Rikujima is in other shows, like she's Chloe and in the case of Vanitas. She's on other shows, but she's always kind of like side characters or back characters. And so when I got this brief angry Rikujimi, I was like, oh man,
nobody can afford her for anything else.
Right? I missed this. Like this was technically the old tsundere type of Rikujimi where she gets really mad and she gets that little rasp in there. And I was like, oh, I miss her so much. I wonder if she just doesn't do that kind of stuff because her voice can't take it anymore or anything. I don't know. But I'm loving it so far. It's been a lot of fun. It's not laugh out loud all the time, but it's doing it enough. So I've been really enjoying it. So looking forward to more of that one. But yeah, it's life with an ordinary guy who is reincarnated into a totally fantasy knockout. The worst translation title ever. Orient is our next one. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll. Being done by studio ACGT. Running for 12 episodes. The source is a manga. The genres are action fantasy. The director is Tatsuya Yanagisawa, who did High School DxD. And the creator, obviously, is Shinobu Otaka, who did Magi and Sumomomomo. But yeah. This one takes place in this area of Hinamoto, which essentially one day demons appeared. These Onis appeared, and they started taking over the land, and these more powerful ones, Kishins, were pretty much unstoppable. And these people known as the Bushi were the only ones that could stand up against them, but unfortunately the lands pretty much got taken over by the Oni. And it kind of cuts forward in time, and we meet a guy named Musashi, who is currently trained to become a miner. And he's got this big old pickaxe, and he's doing a really good job. And at some point, you kind of get the idea that this entire area is kind of filled with propaganda. That all these people, this village, are being taught on a daily basis that the Bushi were the terrible people of the past. Like, the Oni just wanted to help the mankind. They just wanted to take over and help mankind. But the Bushi were the ones that led for them to have, years and years worth of battles that were unnecessary. So anybody that was like a descendant of the Bushi, which we find out Kojiro, which is Musashi's friend, is a descendant of a Bushi. He's, forced to carry his sword everywhere, and people throw tomatoes at him and stuff, claiming that he was the bloodline of Bushi who caused years of war. And eventually, at some point, Musashi realizes, I don't want to become a miner to serve under the Oni. I want to be a Bushi, because him and Kojiro was trained by a previous Bushi. And so they want to, go out and slay Oni and reclaim the land from the Oni of Hinamoto. And at some point, Musashi goes to his, he's graduating, he's becoming, a successful miner, and they take him up in this upper chamber area where, yeah, sure enough, the big reveal, all these Oni are standing around forcing the humans to mine up ore so they could eat it, and just killing humans left and right without even thinking. And so he springs in action. Kojiro joins them. They fight against these Onis until a Kishin shows up, and he's like super OP. And then a big old band of Bushi show up to help them take down the Bushi. You have to kill this core, obviously. There's always a core that you have to destroy. And Musashi's like a little upset in the idea that these guys just showed up and took away his first Kishin kill. He's like a little mad about it, but it kind of is his driving force to go on into the world and become a Bushi and create a band of Bushi to take down bad guys. It kind of emphasized the idea of not just being out and being a Bushi, but really creating a band of Bushi, because there's bands of Bushi around this world that are groups of Bushi that fight together. So there's a little emphasis on the idea of partnerships and a group. So I think we just found our last member of the Bushi team, finally.
Yeah, right.
Finally she shows up. I think it's Takashi. I think it was Takahashi. Takagi-san voice.
Yeah, it seems her voice definitely seemed familiar.
Your thoughts? Or do you even watch it?
Oh yeah, I watched
it's Magi creator. You gotta watch it.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious
your perspective from a Magi fan, because I'm half tempted at this point just to drop this and go watch Magi.
I almost would say yes. Here's my frustration. I'm at this point right now that I almost feel like I don't want to say I don't want to make it sound like Magi is bad opening. But at the same time, what I want to make very clear is I feel very similar to how I felt about Magi, where the first few episodes I wasn't really sure about. But at some point in Magi, I got to a point where I was like, okay, I really can get on board with this, and I really, really like this. This one is almost the same way, but it seems like it started out at very much a lower level, where I really did not like the beginning first few episodes. It was so, I'm not sure about this show. I'm barely on board with Musashi. They have not done anything with Kojiro, which technically he's the one who's gotten more.
Oh, Kojiro's had all the development,
and that's the thing, is like Musashi I don't really care about. Kojiro I don't really feel like I got anything out of. Tsumugi has just been introduced, so I'm hoping that we'll get a little bit more out of her, but at the same time it's like I'm waiting for my hook, and that's my biggest frustration is what do you have to give me to make me want to actually go through your story. The Oni is kind of interesting, but the writer's holding back so much. What is the ultimate goal of these characters? What's going to the killing all the Oni is a great goal, but you're not giving something for the reader to go, okay, I'm interested. And that's what Magi did in a lot quicker than this show. So understand, I do effectively trust this writer. I know that at some point there's going to be a point that I'm going to go, okay, this is what's cool about this story. But at this moment right now, I don't have it. All I have is the characters, which two of them I'm just on the fence with, and the other one, it just came in. So take that for what it is.
And I was curious if it would be the propaganda aspect, because technically in this world, the heroes are the bad guys. I don't know if that'll be the interesting aspect of it, is that these Musashi, Kojiro, and possibly Sugumi, obviously Sugumi, based on the intro, are they going to be traveling across the world and suddenly they're going to go and say, okay, here's this bad Oni. Obviously, everybody in the town looks like they think that they're the greatest. The Oni will protect them and give them, safety and everything they need. And then obviously they have to take out the Oni because the Oni is technically just using them. And then everybody will see them as, why did you do that to our Oni? Why did you do that to the thing that's keeping our town together? That's kind of where my assumption is that it's going to take it. Because again, the propaganda was so pushed on the idea the Bushi were the bad guy. The Bushi led to the war for so long, and everybody's happy now. So how will they end up kind of balancing that is going to be the big question mark, if that will be interesting. I mean, I have my predictions on Sugumi. Her master possibly, is he possibly an Oni disguise or a Kishin disguise, or is, again, if he's just trying to make a band and just steal from everybody else just to look like he is doing something significant, because he obviously doesn't care for the lives of his people. And that's technically was the first point which I started getting some interest in the show, is around Sugumi and what she's dealing with. It's kind of, messed up at the same time, but she's obviously being extremely manipulated by this guy, and what will possibly come from that, that's probably my big hook right now is what they're doing with her. But
I'm really hoping that's going to be the hook point, is this what they just introduced at the end. But like I said, it just introduced it.
But I mean, they've already technically laid out the formula of the show itself. I just don't know if that's enough for me to care. It just really feels like a formula of take out Onis. And there might be some... And so I guess the thing is that since they've already pre-established what the roadmap is, which is there's 100 Kishin, which are the most powerful Oni. The one Oni or the Kenshin they just fought didn't go well for them. And so they're planning on taking out, 99 more of these things or less, depending on how many Kishin have been killed so far. But so the idea is to take out the Kishin, gain the artifact that will, give them the power they need, and then eventually reclaim Hinamoto and bring it back together. That's the roadmap. They laid that out in a scroll. So it kind of lends itself to the idea that, yes, at some point they're probably going to get artifacts. At some point they're going to get powered up. At some point they're going to kill Kenshin. It's just, how are you going to make that interesting in the stories that it tells during that journey? And again, Sugumi's story seems to be the first case where it's been interesting. And the first 3 episodes before that were just, again, that setup and Kojiro's backstory, which is kind of screwed up. The idea, again, the shaming of the Bushi and how he's always been treated like an outsider his entire life is kind of screwed up. But it wasn't enough. So we'll see. I definitely do enjoy, I think the one thing that always has driven me to want to go watch Magi is character designs, and I think they're really pulling it off with the character designs so far in this series. Now, the unfortunate thing is ACGT's not doing a very good job on the animation whatsoever, so... The Kishin, what they did with the Kishin was interesting. Like, they did a good job of portraying his size half the time. Half the time they made the Kishin look small, but then half the time he was like ginormous. But yeah, they're a little rough on the animation side, but it's enough to keep it moving at least. So, in a day and age where all these shonens of the world right now are just pumping out animation, it I guess my expectations are too high.
And like I said, one of the things that I do want to emphasize is I trust this writer. I know that when the time comes, I will be totally and completely on board. And maybe it is just in those artifacts. It's just one of those things is, as it stands right now, the artifacts that I've seen so far is a kaleidoscope. That's if that's even an artifact. That was just what they implied it was.
Yeah. How long was Banjai? And it's not done yet.
What, 3 cores and a side story? Sinbad's side story, which I like Sinbad, so I really should go and watch that.
Yep, that's Orient. It was on Netflix, wasn't it? I think that's why you didn't watch it.
Yeah.
Love of a Kill is our next one, or Koroshi Ai. This one is, I'm not sure how many episodes are going for. It's being done by Studio Platinum Vision. The source is a manga. The genres are action romance. And the director is Hideaki Oba, who has been around for a long time, doing mostly children's shows. Interesting shift, I guess.
This is, talk about a shift.
A little bit of a shift. This one opens up following a girl named Chateau, or a lady Chateau. This lady named Chateau, who is currently, I don't know what the heck she was doing. I don't know if she was a bodyguard.
She's a bounty hunter. I was going to tell you that.
I missed the bounty hunter part, but I assumed it was a bounty hunter based on the idea that she eventually gets a target. But
I think that was
lots of stuff.
It happened to be somewhere, because the only thing I could think of was because I was listening to your video and I was like, the entire time you kept talking about how you didn't know what she was. And I'm like, didn't they say that the company was a bounty hunting company or something like that? Her company is bounty hunters, but hey. Maybe I made something up out of nowhere, but that's what I got the impression of.
That makes sense. I mean, that was my assumption. I just don't remember ever being specific said. But anyways, it kind of just opens up with her being in some parking garage, and it doesn't really specify what she's doing there. But yeah, you can assume it's because she's bounty hunting. Who knows? But anyways, this guy named Ryung Han Shang, who is like this very well-known assassin, is pretty much in her path, and he takes her down, or he takes her down and starts asking her a bunch of questions about herself, and eventually kind of reveals, look, I'm kind of bad at this stuff, but I'm kind of hitting on you. So thus begins kind of this thing between Chateau and this guy pretty much pursuing her, even though he is a really nasty assassin that kills lots and lots of people and really doesn't really, I guess, acknowledge life very well. At all. Like he'll be standing talking casually in an elevator where there's a dead body behind him that he just killed. That's how kind of used to death he is. But there's something special about Chateau and the idea that at some point he notes that she doesn't smell putrid like other people do. There's like something about her that he is attracted to and he's not off put by, versus everybody else that he's around, which he finds again putrid. But yeah. That's kind of the deal so far. At some point, they are hired, and Chateau is supposed to kill him, but then the person hiring them gets killed by him. So that contract goes null. That's a good way to stop people from trying to kill you, is just to kill the person that hires to kill you. And then eventually, at some point, Chateau gains the interest of a group that are claiming that Ryung Ha Shang is a traitor of them. And so they're trying to get to him, and they realize that Chateau has been around him, so she's becoming basically a target of the people that want to kill him. So that's kind of where it's kind of at so far.
I think you're an episode ahead of me, because I didn't actually see her. It doesn't matter.
It's been 2 episodes since she's been targeted. So
I only seen the spiderweb guy. So I'm really mixed on this show. I don't much care for their Song and Chateau's interplay. I think what my issue is probably I hate to say it again, but the top bottom problem. He's being real pushy. She's like, she almost comes off as a Bricks character, and it's really starting to bother me. She has to have more to her than they're playing out at the beginning. And maybe it's because of the fact that she's kind of a more subdued, cut off character, that she doesn't come off as voicing an opinion or anything like that. I get that's her character archetype. Don't get me wrong. The frustration is that because of her quote unquote character type, she doesn't fit in the position that they're putting her in, where she's obviously coming off as a pushy, go into the middle of something type character. She's playing two sides of a coin that her character type does not portray. For instance, if you follow any type of quote unquote kudere, which is kind of, or a soulless doll, which is kind of the character type that they're playing her off as, she's not the type of character that should be going out and actively pursuing. However,
wow, it's doing something different than archetypes. Good. That's a plus. Good job. You gave it praise.
The manager of the group that she's in working for is flat out pointing out several times that she is going out of her way and doing things that she should not be doing, which is antithetical to the type of character that she should be. Ru's Song, Song, what the assassin guy who's actively pursuing her, is constantly being pushy upon her, which fits the character that she is. So it's one of those things that Chateau honestly is my biggest hang up on this show. She's not working for me. And that I think is my biggest frustration with the show. Other than that, it's an interesting concept of the kind of star-crossed lovers. If you want to call Chateau a lover, she just going wherever she wants. And I guess she doesn't like Song at the moment. So we'll see. I'm mixed. Yeah, I'll just be done with it. I don't hate the show.
Good.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it's unique. I think that my initial appeal to the show was to hopefully have a very dark romance, something that's very kind of more in the violent realm, and it's definitely nailing the violence of the show. Like I said before, technically, Rang Ha's Shong is very. It doesn't really care too much about what he kind of does with people around him, which it's. Here's my big hope. There's a big, huge hope nugget out there. And as I'm watching the show, I'm like, I think there's something here that we can eventually get into that if we pop that hope bubble, it's going to do something really incredible. Because what they've established already is that, again, Rang Ha-song is just really a nasty person. He's an extremely nasty person. He's a person that has killed a lot of people. It indicates that he was a part of a very well-known group of mafia members. He betrayed them and got out of that. And now, again, he's technically around and killing a lot of people. And to show how dark he is, at some point, he goes, and it doesn't really indicate why he was there, but he was sleeping with his lady, and he knew immediately that there was a hitman outside. They were trying to drop his guard, essentially. And there was a hitman outside, and he takes out the hitman, and then he kidnaps the girl that was, again, technically supposed to be distracting him. And then he throws her and the dead body into a storage container or a storage room, and then uses the fact that he has them to force Chateau to go on a date with him. That's how really twisted the quote-unquote romance is. This is him trying to pursue her. And again, I guess that goes back to the why that would be appealing and why she would say that she has this drop off of them afterwards. I guess it would indicate the whole aspect of being a bounty hunter. Maybe those two were technically bounties for them. I don't know. Again, that's that whole aspect of there's certain parts of it where it doesn't really feel like it wants to explain what they're doing, and they seem to be kind of significant to the mindset of the characters themselves. Yes, if they were technically super criminals, it would be fine for him to say, hey, look, I got these here and they're going to make you some money. Do you want to take these people? Or was it because, and I guess this goes to your point on Chateau, and my frustration with Chateau is, was she really wanting to go along with him because there's a woman in that room next to a dead man? She wants to save that woman away from that situation? Or does she just want to take her in because she's a bounty. It doesn't specify that kind of stuff, and that's where it gets struggling in how quiet Chateau is. But now, different than what Chris's perspective of Chateau is, I see her as an extremely broken person.
Yeah.
And so my hope is eventually they're going to correct that, and we're going to see what she thinks, because right now we don't know, because she won't talk. She doesn't really talk at all, and you don't really get any inner dialogue of her at all. So you obviously know Rang Ha-sung. He's very easy to get. He's twisted. He kills a lot of people, and he doesn't care about it, but he's fascinated by her. So we understand Rang Ha in a sense. He's a very warped person, but from Chateau's perspective, we don't really know. Besides these little snippets of information we're getting at the end of each episode, which doesn't give you much. When you have a small snippet at the end of an episode, there's not much time to work with to really gather a character. And what they're trying to portray with Chateau is that they found her in a car abandoned in the middle of nowhere with somebody that was murdered. She obviously went to some sort of orphanage or something where eventually Rang Ha and possibly him met her. But other than that, we don't really know. Other than the fact that it seems like she's a very broken person that doesn't really understand people. So my nugget of hope at the end of this tunnel that I'm hoping they'll eventually get to pop that little bubble is two extremely warped and broken people coming together, which I think is kind of interesting. It's a very, very different type of romance. I just think, again, a lot of it's going to rely on the idea, will they eventually bring Chateau out of her little bubble that she's in and make her into a character? Because right now she's just very passive, and she's very, I don't want to say bricks, because I think they're trying to explain her. I don't want to immediately say that she's a bricks character when they can eventually explain why she's quiet and why she's kind of going along with it. And again, make her open her mouth for more than 2 seconds. I mean, her dialogue so far has been probably 3 lines, and we've been through like 4 episodes. So hopefully eventually we can get 2 more sentences out of her. So no, my only hang up right now is, yes, that unsureness that I have right now that I'm going to get that payoff, and then it's just going to be this the entire time. My other frustration right now is Jim. The foreigner in Chateau's place that she works is extremely obnoxious. It's obviously going for a foreigner. They over exaggerate the Japanese to indicate that they are a foreigner, and has no mouth. They have no mouth, and it bugs the hell out of me. So every time they're on the screen, I hate this show. Chateau, Chateau, Chateau. Oh gosh, I know what they're going for, but it's so annoying. So that's my only hatred. That, and I was a little bit let down on Chateau and her fighting this Ho guy. I was like, I guess they haven't indicated that Chateau's like some super skilled warrior. They've never technically indicated that Chateau is some skilled master marksman and fighter. They technically never indicated that. So, but it was a
kind of an assumption. There was something there that kind of assumed that she's this really awesome bounty hunter, and yeah.
No, I don't think they've ever indicated that, but yeah. Well, I mean, you have the guy literally saying, don't go out of your way, don't go into danger. I mean, it obviously indicates that she's gone into danger before, but not that it's a normal thing. So.
All right, then I assumed that she was on the level of Song because she was fighting with him. Yeah, he eventually overwhelmed her.
He overwhelmed her really quickly.
I thought she was a bad butt bounty hunter. My assumption, I'm an idiot.
He got one lick into him, but I think that was more because he was trying to communicate to her, and he let it. So, I don't know. That's love a kill. I'm going to stick with it. Hopefully we can get a payoff at some point, and then I'll rant and rave about it on YouTube or something. So, we'll let you guys know. Can we skip this one?
Well, I watched it. You didn't, though, right?
I watched it.
Oh, did you?
Unfortunately.
Stupid Spanish conquistadors that don't look like Spanish conquistadors. Done.
That's Rusted Armors. Check that out if that's interesting to you. No, Sabiro no Armor Reime streaming on Crunchyroll because they felt like they wanted to waste their bandwidth. They had a little extra. Running for 12 episodes, apparently, done by Studio Kigumi. It's based on a mixed media project with a manga and stage play, which I'm sure it probably works a lot better as a stage play. Genres are historical samurai. But yeah, this basically follows the Psycho soldiers, which are soldiers that all each have these things known as the rusted armors, which are like these artifacts that draw upon the energy of the earth itself to give them supernatural or superhuman strength and everything. And since they have this unique strength and weapons, they use it so that they can do good in the world and no longer have to fall under they don't have to basically answer to the feudal lords. At some point, yeah, the conquistadors show up and they have rusted armors too, and their soldiers are zombies or something. I don't know what it is about that. They show up and they start taking out the Psycho soldiers like really badly. And at some point, because you have to have Nobunaga shows up. And Nobunaga apparently was told by some chick that when these conquistadors show up, go save the Psycho soldiers. So he shows up and saves two of them, mainly the leader, Magoichi, and he claims that he's going to train them to use the rusted armors because they're obviously not using them right enough. So yeah, that's the show. Your thoughts?
All right, I don't want to overbeat this dead horse. The show doesn't look good.
Oh no, beat it to death. It looks like Horde. It looks like crap. And it seems like every season's got to have a show that looks like this. And it's never the same studio. So are they just like dissolving and then making new studios? There's always a show that looks like this. And like I said, I don't think it's ever the same studio. As it was like, not, it wouldn't look like Tesla. No, it's like X-Arm. The backgrounds are terrible looking. They're so, like, the background looks like somebody just kind of threw it together in like 10 seconds. And then, like, every now and then you'll see, like, animals and stuff, and they're just, like, hand-drawn in literally 2 frames. Anyway, sorry, go.
I want to try and say that maybe they have an interesting sub-concept, but it's not really enough to kind of give characters motivations or anything like that. And then on top of that, you have to kind of glomp onto this idea of, okay, the rusted armors themselves. That is your entire reason for wanting to have an interest in this show. And they're guns. That is the rusted armors. I'm sorry I spoiled it.
He turned it into no. One guy turned it into like a Gatling gun.
One turned it into a Gatling gun. The other guy has this kind of
bazooka. Deku's got a bazooka.
Yeah. And Manguchi has now this is the coolest one. He's got the gun blade from Final Fantasy. The other guy has a spear that has a gun in it. The one guy has nunchucks that has a gun in it. Then Ageha, the kind of girl guy person.
He's a woman.
He's absolutely a beautiful woman. Is his a fan that turns into a gun, or and then you have the ninja guy who has an actual revolver? It looks like, yeah. So basically, they all have guns, which why not call them guns instead of revolver or rusted armors? It is what it is. And then
they're
on top
weapons.
of that,
they're not armor. Why are you sticking on the fact they're guns and not weapons?
They're guns. And then you have like I said in my joke earlier, the Spanish conquistadors, which look like Death Knights. So that's the show. I don't want to hit it too hard. I don't like it. It's not working for me in any way, shape, or form. Take it for what it is.
I'm on the same boat, but I'm going to explain why I think it is the way it is. I think this was... I mean, if you look at the seiyus that are working on this, you'll notice one thing very quickly. They're all hot. Like, these voice actors of this show are all hot. And so it's very obvious that this is an extension of the stage play. It feels very stage play-ish. Like, when you see each scene always has 2 characters talking to each other. Like, if you look throughout the entire show, you will notice one thing. There's very few times there's anything but 2 characters talking to each other. Like, at the later part when Nobunaga saves Deku and Magoichi, it's 3 people. But for the most part, it's always 2 people talking to each other. It's very stage play. That's how stage plays typically are, and that's the focus it's going to have for it. And so what I get from watching this show is like, yeah, I can see this probably being really cool with a bunch of hot guys on a stage bantering at each other. But when it's an ugly show that's poorly animated with this god-awful CGI, it's not. So that's probably my extension. It's like one of those aspects of acknowledging what it technically is. It's not a good anime. It's not a good animated show, and it doesn't work in this respect. It's probably really great if you love these voice actors themselves and, again, their stage played acting, because it doesn't work in this format. It doesn't look like they want to put enough work into it to make it even realized. So it's one of those things where it's probably great over here. These guys do a good job at looking hot. But when it came over to here and you decide to anime adapt it, nobody want to put any effort into it, so I'm not going to acknowledge it. So I don't suggest it. Rusted Armors. I mean, unless you know one of the voice actors, and definitely go check it out. You'll probably really enjoy it for that, because I know that there is a following for that. So, guys, let's go into from one minefield into another one. I'm Kodama Kawashiri, or the more long title, Atasha Kawashiri Kodama da yo Danjurasu Live Hakuru no Tatarata Saikatsu. Running for 24 freaking episodes. Streaming on Crunchyroll. Done by Studio Lapin Track. The source is a web manga. The genres are comedy. And yeah, this is a self-insert. For those that aren't aware, there is a mangaka, you're probably not aware because I think this is literally the only thing they've ever done. There's a mangaka named Kodama Kawashiri, and this character, Kawashiri, is essentially the self-insert character. This is a adaptation of a manga that is literally about a mangaka and their daily life of eating, drinking beer, falling asleep, and I guess at some point they do manga. Based on the fact that how short these episodes are, or at least probably adaptation of chapters, they don't spend much time doing the manga at all because these stories are so stinking short. But
I'm assuming at some point this is going to be brilliant. I mean, brilliance in all respect. But as it stands right now, since we've only gotten 3 minutes of the show, it's not that brilliant right now.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, is like the intro is a minute and a half and the show itself is a minute. So 2.5 minutes. And so, yeah, there's not much to talk about here because we've literally only had like 3 minutes worth of show. And it's been basically I drink, I eat, I fall asleep. I drink, I eat, I fall asleep. And I ate some more. Oh, by the way, I've always been this way. And I have a friend, and we went to a store together. I have a friend,
and the friend doesn't like any of the food that I like, but they like sushi, which is good too. So, we've literally ruined all the jokes for you in that 3 minutes.
And this is the thing I guess I would note here is it bugs me that they put a lot of effort in the intro, and the intro looks actually decent, and then the show itself is just sliding stills and dialogue over it. And so it's like, again, I guess similar to Rusted Armors, is like, if you don't want to put enough effort in the show, why should I care? But yeah. I don't know. This is probably gonna be one that I'll probably wait until the 24th episode rolls, and then I'll just watch it in 24 minutes.
Pretty much.
It's literally the length of a show because there's really not much to talk about. But I guess the for anybody that wants to know if I should watch it now, I'm going. Well, I'm to give it some credit. I'm assuming this is going to go in the realms of the Amaro-chan crowd.
Yeah,
you relate to drinking and sleeping, and you're like, this is my spirit animal. Spirit animal channeled into it. But other than that, I don't know. I think some people might want to check it out once it's fully.
And that's exactly what I had gotten out of it. The first second, I kept going in there and bugging Andrew and saying, "Oh, the Pushu girl folks are going to be happy because she's back. She's just now a Kappa person."
Yeah. The Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt, or Tensai Oji no Akaji Koka Saisei Jutsu. This one's streaming on Funimation, running for 12 episodes, done by Studio Yokohama Animation Lab. Sources of light novel, genres are comedy, fantasy. Series composition being done by Hitomi Ueno, who's of course done a lot of titles. And yeah, this one essentially takes place in the northern kingdom of Natra in this fantasy world. This is not an isekai, by the way. At least so far. This is not an isekai. It essentially just follows a prince of this particular kingdom of Natra. And this is like a very not doing well northern kingdom of Natra. They are very poor. They're struggling a lot. And to make matters worse, their king has fell ill. And so again, the Prince Wayne has had to step up and take over for his father. And it kind of notes very early on that Wayne's all about, trying to make sure the kingdom at least holds together long enough and that he can probably bring its value up a little bit so that one day after his father's gone, he can just sell the nation off to a neighboring country or somewhere. Just sell it off, get rid of it, and just live a normal life and enjoy whatever money he can make out of it because he doesn't like what he's doing, obviously. So, and it kind of follows him and his bodyguard, Ninim, which Ninim is of the race of Flom, which apparently they've established several times already, apparently is a race that's extremely hated. Everybody thinks that they're lesser than human and they're terrible, even though they're hot. But they're hated. So obviously there's going to be a history they'll get into eventually. But yeah, obviously a prince, you have a bodyguard that is a hated race. Makes perfect sense. Oh, not just the prince, but the princess also one of these because, they're hated. So obviously you have them be bodyguards of your daughters and your sons. But anyways, that's just an excuse to have hot blonde, white-haired girl and have them devoted because you actually care for them when nobody else will. But anyways, it's basically him just trying to figure out any way possible to avoid putting effort into anything and achieving gains. They eventually get attacked by a neighboring country, and they have to fight back, and eventually he tries to get money from the mines in that neighboring country, and that doesn't work out well for the most part. And now they're talking about a war with the Empire, which is always good. So, your thoughts? Was her name Fish? I don't know if I got the right character because her art style is different.
I don't remember.
You don't even know her name?
I don't remember.
I thought you liked this show.
No, I do love it.
Oh, you just don't know the characters' names.
I don't remember
because you don't care.
I barely remember Ninim's name, so I just know that she's the
the Worldo.
She's the young girl.
Worldo. No, this is the chick that's the Empire lady. That's right. Because I knew she was in the show before Lowell.
Oh yeah, she's the one that's been one of his assistants, and come to find out that she was working for her. Yeah.
And then
okay.
I like the pauses you do sometimes. It's like
I kind of
Chris is extremely mixed on wanting to love a show when he has these long pauses where he's trying to figure out
there is one aspect to this show that I don't like. I don't like their battles. You
don't like sliding CGI fighting pieces on a board that somehow they seem to get up-to-date information on a regular basis from their commanding officers that should be on the field?
I will admit, it's a necessary evil to this story as it stands right now, mostly because of the fact that most of his quote-unquote great accomplishments are pretty much centered around his battles. However, the frustrating thing is that that's not what I like about the show. It's an annoyance that I wish would go away and focus on the other side, which I think really started popped out of it's there, but it really came into main focus of this is one thing that I really want to see is kind of this idea of, yeah, him being the lazy prince, it was kind of, he in himself is kind of a, I can go with him, but I don't like him. But in this latter episode, him being the lazy prince really does fit into this idea of people trying to manipulate him, which is something that the princess of the empire, kind of in their discussion of in the past, him saying, no, I'm not going to help you take over the empire. And she's like, well, why not? Because it's too much work, effectively. But he does turn around and he say, if you do insist on and doing this, try to make me do it. And I do like that idea of him fully acknowledging that she is possibly trying to manipulate him into a situation. And then it's a battle of the wills, which is something that I really want to see. I like that idea. So I'm not going to say I'm hot on the show because the battle system I really don't like. But I am excited that the battle system.
The battle mechanics are terrible.
The battle mechanics are horrible. Chess pieces on a piece of paper don't work for me.
Frame rate was terrible.
But no, I do like the idea of a battle of wills, the idea of him being the lazy prince and people trying to manipulate him and him seeing the manipulation and yet trying to fight the manipulation without actually being kind of this pliable monarch, for a lack of a better term, that what they've always kind of implied in the whole quote unquote Game of Thrones idea of the monarch just being manipulated. Instead, he's just the lazy. He sees the manipulation. He's going to fight it with his wills instead of, just going with the flow.
The show's boring.
Okay.
Well, you won't. I can't have my opinion.
No, I said a K.
You don't have to chime in. It's boring. The entire show's boring. Now, I guess the draw for a lot of people early on was obviously the thighs, which I feel this show advertised as being about the thighs, but I don't think they're executing on the thighs at all. There's very few thighs being shown. I was kind of surprised how much I enjoyed Wine and Ninim's kind of interactions. I love the whole Nyan thing.
Yeah, I loved it. I absolutely was on board with that.
But
and then she never does again.
But everything else outside of that's been very boring. And I yes, technically a lot of that was the battle with Wine and this neighboring country, and again, technically half the show just being sliding battle pieces on a board, them explaining what's going on, which is not all that. And I guess that's the difficulty that I really face is the concept itself is the genius lazy guy, and how he constantly is talking about essentially outdoing those around him and building a genius plan against a situation. And it is funny in the idea that most of the time when he has this plan, he lays it out, it doesn't turn out really as he wanted in the end. I mean, case in point being the mines, which did technically end up turning into something in the end. But it's always about, trying to lay out something to overcome something. But the unfortunate thing is it's never really that interesting in the end. Like, it's never like, wow, they pulled that off. Like, oh my gosh, he twisted and oh my gosh, I never seen him using the same mine shaft again. It doesn't seem like they pointed that out extremely significantly enough that I would be completely shocked by the idea that he would use that same mine shaft to actually take them out. It's never, I guess, clever in the end, even though it's trying to portray the fact that he's extremely a genius and he's very clever. So when a lot of your, I guess, build up is around the aspect of how smart the guy is, it's never really that smartly played out in the end, which is kind of unfortunate. So I guess what I'm kind of left with is really just the character interactions, because that seems to be a significant portion of the show, is just really character interactions. It seems like a lot of emphasis that the light novel writer has put on is just talking. And the talking is just not really, besides, like I said, a couple parts with like Wayne and Ninem just kind of teasing each other in the middle of the battlefield, honestly. For the most part, the interactions are just not really that, I don't know, they're not fun, they're not interesting, they're not entertaining, they're just talking. And yeah, I can give a little bit to that last conversation between Loa and Wayne that we might do something interesting, but based on everything I've had so far with the first 3 episodes and on to the end of that, I think it was the 4th episode, they haven't shown me that will be interesting. Like, if you can, I can go with Chris on the idea that they've shown them to be setting up something interesting here, but based on the fact that everything up to that has not been very interesting, I don't know that the writer's going to pull it off. It just really feels like it's going to just end up being a bait in the end, which is the unfortunate thing, because I don't have a problem with any of the characters in general. I honestly thought that I was going to hate Wine when I first seen the previews, because I'm like, this guy looks like he's going to just be a jerk to everybody around him. But what I found is he's not really a jerk. He's just
annoyingly lazy.
No, he's, and this is, again, this is me probably overthinking it, but he's heartless, and I don't think he's mindfully heartless. I just think it's one of those aspects of the writer kind of throws him into there, and you don't really realize that he's actually really heartless. The way they portrayed the battles and everything, he's not like a leader that is typically with leaders of kingdoms and stuff. They're all about trying to prevent as much death as possible because they actually love their people. I mean, we've seen it with things like, I think even Realist Hero hits on this. Most every kingdom leader type story, they're very mindful about the decisions they make because of the people that will be lost. Mine doesn't. Wine doesn't. And it's not as if they're pointing it out that Wine is going, ha ha ha, my people going out there to die. He just doesn't acknowledge it. And so when it gets into technically talking about Loa and how he wants Loa to manipulate him and going into it, yes, you can see it as try me, but it can also be a thing of he just doesn't really care about his people. I mean, he wants to sell his nation off, so he doesn't really care. And again, I don't see it as being sinister, but more so, if you think about it, he's very lacking of care for his people at all, which again, technically is the point. So I don't like him as a character, like through and through. I just think he is, in the end, when you step back, he's a very nasty person. He's just not inherently somebody you just don't like listening to. He's not at face value an annoying character, which I thought he was going to be at face value. He's just, in a sense, he's technically a very nasty person. It's just nobody wants to acknowledge it because hot waifus and stuff. So I don't know. It's boring, but I don't know. I'm probably going to give it one more episode, but I don't think it's going, based on the trajectory, I don't think it's going to work for me in the end. For all those that enjoy it, there you go. So, Genius Prince's Guide to Raising a Nation Out of Debt. Check that out if that's interesting to you.
Can we skip this one?
No. She professed herself pupil of the wise man, or Kenja no Deshi wo Nanoru Kenja. This one's streaming on Funimation, running for 12 episodes. The studio is Studio ACAT. The source is light novel. The genres are adventure, fantasy. The director is Keitaro Motonaga, who did Katana Katari, Day Live, Ray Earth, and more. But this one follows a guy known as Dunboff. There's apparently this video game known as Arc Earth Online. It's kind of one of those games where it seems like a lot of emphasis is put on the idea of how this is a evolving world. A lot of the typical trappings and rules and structures are kind of not really there. It seems like a lot of emphasis on the idea that it's a very breathing world, a very evolving world that doesn't really have the same restraints you'd normally have with video games. And this video game does pretty well. A lot of people start playing it. It gets to a point where a lot of people start creating kingdoms within this game, and it kind of significantly grows to the point where we have this one kingdom that's being led by this guy named Solomon, and there is apparently these 9 wise men, these very powerful players that are apparently within this kingdom, one such being Dunboff. And Dunboff is known as being like the one-man army because he's very good at summoning. He's got like this one point in which he has to go out and fight against this invading group of monsters, and he just basically summons a whole bunch of knights that are really powerful, and they just fight off all these invading monsters. Well, At some point, I guess apparently after this battle happens, Dunboff collapses and he's never seen again. And cut forward, apparently, 30 years. Dunboff awakens and he is a girl named Mita. Well, he eventually calls himself Mita so that he can cover his identity. Wakes up as a girl and eventually gets back to this kingdom where he sees Solomon. And Solomon makes fun of the fact that he's now a girl. Talks about the idea that he had this kind of vanity item that he used before he had logged out or he fell asleep and was just messing around with creating a cute girl, and so happens it applies to his character, and so he turns from this old wise man into this cute little girl, thus, profess herself as Pupil. They don't want to say that it is Dunboff because then that will kind of, remove this fear that people have of this great Dunboff, so they decide to claim that he is Mita and he is the pupil of the wise man. So yeah, the interesting thing that comes of this is it doesn't really establish the idea that this is a trapped in a game kind of concept, but it seems to imply that it is, because like I said, it's been 30 years has passed since this was a video game and there was these 9 great wise men. Now it's again 30 years later and he is now playing as this cute little girl. It kind of puts a lot of emphasis on the idea that there is some, I guess, increased technology within this game because now people have senses like smell and taste. A lot of the NPCs seem to be more human-like, but again, it implies the other players are there because Solomon is still the player. This Luminaria is still a player, but again, it doesn't really specify that they are trapped in this game. I'm assuming they are, but yeah, so they're trying to gather all the wise men because there is this war pact, this peace treaty that's going to be going away here soon. And so Solomon needs them to protect the kingdom. And so Mita or Dunboff is going to find them. So your thoughts?
I'm going to try really hard to be nice on this one. I am going to continue watching this show. I really, really want to like this show. So take that into consideration. When the first few episodes, my biggest problem with this is I despise the way it is telling the story. I want to attribute it to the directing. I want to attribute it to the writing. I don't know what it is about this show that is not working for me, but I'm not enjoying myself watching it, and it's really, really frustrating. There's a lot of really cool things in this story that kind of makes me think that I can find some enjoyment at some point. Like Andrew had mentioned, the idea of the NPCs being more human-like, I don't know, the kind of evolving world, the things like that are really kind of cool. I want to say the magic system, but at this point, they haven't really dug into much of the magic system outside of the main characters summoning. So it could be, hopefully that'll work at some point. But as it stands right now, I'm just really, really, really frustrated with this show, and I want to see it do well.
Yeah, I think my initial impression of the show is I don't know what the hell's going on. I think that's my biggest issue that I have with it so far. I don't think inherently it's doing anything that bothers me besides maybe Frika, who is the trope I'm superly Fujoshi-like obsessed with cute girls, and so I go crazy and start foaming at the mouth every time I see them. Which was not a nice addition in the recent episode. I knew she was there based on the key art of the show, but I wasn't looking forward to her showing up, and sure enough, I don't like her. But no, I think my biggest frustration that I have with the show so far, I do like the world. I do like the ever-evolving world. It still keeps the gamey aspect, but at the same time, it's showing that it has like a vastness to it and an unpredictability to it that I do enjoy. But at the same time, the biggest issue that still remains there is I don't know what's going on. I've kind of posed it in one of my videos as to, I see like multiple possibilities here because the show doesn't want to tell me. And I can, again, I've voiced my frustrations out there, and I've seen people reply trying to tell me what's happening. I'm like, I don't want to know because I want the show to tell me what the hell's going on. And if the show doesn't tell me what's going on, I'm going to tell people the show doesn't tell you what's going on. How can I make a solid decision on a show and review it if somebody tells me what the show didn't tell me? Because then I'm going to tell people, oh yeah, this is what's going on. And then they watch the show and they go, I don't know what's going on because somebody else told me I know what has happened. But anyways, my predictions here, what I'm thinking is happening is either one, Dunboff logged off for 30 years and then finally logged back in when the technology is better and thus there's more taste and smell. And then he's going back to this kingdom where Solomon is. And Solomon's like, dude, I've been trying to keep this place together for the last 30 years. And by the way, all of our other friends have not come logged in for a long time. Or it's Dunboff got, transported into this world. And for some reason, a time skip happened as well, and now he's coming back to his friends who are all playing the game, and he just doesn't want to tell them that he's stuck in the game. Or, third, everybody's been transported in the world, and Dunboff got turned into a girl at the same time. I don't know, because the show doesn't want to tell me. And I'm assuming it's because I joked about the fact that with the later part of the first episode, when it first shows Dunboff kind of transported into a girl's body, it's all like no dialogue, just music, and he's walking around. And I'm like, I almost felt like they record a bunch of dialogue that explains what happens right here, but they forgot it and they deleted it and they decided to just air it without the dialogue explaining what happened here. But yeah, I think that lack of knowledge about what's going on is kind of the frustrating part. Additionally to that, there's nothing really happening in the show that's really grabbing me so far. I mean, there's the joke to be made that this writer really likes seeing Dunboff as Mira have to go to the bathroom a lot, which obviously indicates the writer has a little bit of a fetish there. But other than that, I mean, the characters aren't really grabbing me. I agree with Chris. There's a little bit of fascination there with the NPCs becoming human thing, which is not necessarily new here, but I'm always open to it, just like I was with the Land of Leadale. But again, Land of Leadale is doing a lot better than this one, so that's not really a selling point. CGI is butt ugly. They're going with a very hyper glossy, not over detailed, but hyper glossy looking CGI. And so all the CGI monsters look really terrible. Even all the summons are pretty much all CGI. So it visually doesn't look great. Characters aren't great. Dunboff's very boring. I think that's a lot of the issue is Dunboff's boring. Like the main character is pretty boring. and it's not really playing too, you can say thankfully, but they're not really playing too much on him becoming a girl besides the fact that he's having to hide the fact that he's Dunboff to not ruin the reputation of Dunboff. But other than that, they're not really doing much with it besides having people go, oh my gosh, cute girl, must be really terrible player. And then suddenly he destroys things and they go, crap, he's actually really powerful. So, I don't know. It's another one of those ones where I've watched several episodes and it's not really doing much. So it's got me worried that it's not going to really do much in the end. But we'll see. I don't know. I kind of liked the first episode because it did kind of establish Dunboff as a character. It was boring, but at the same time, it did a really good job of really kind of explaining why a lot of people would revere him. But yeah, the problem is they're not doing a good job of explaining what's going on. So we'll see. Hopefully, some of the wise men that he ends up finding will spice things up. I want to see the Chung-Li looking character. She Professor herself, Pupil of the Wise Man. Check that out if that's interesting to you. Tribe 9. This one is streamed on Funimation. Done by Studio Leadin Films. It's a mixed media project with a video game, apparently. The genres are sports. The series composition by Michiko Yokote, who has done a ton of stuff, as well as the creator Kazutaka Kodaka, who, of course, did Danganronpa and Akudama Drive, and the original character designs by Rui Komatsuzaki, who, of course, is pretty much joined at the hip because they do everything that they do, Danganronpa and Akudama Drive. So it's definitely got the Danganronpa style to it. But yeah, this one essentially takes place in this area where the crime got so bad, a lot of gangs were rising up, and there was so much violence in the street that the powers of be, I don't remember if they said specifically the government or whatever, decided to create extreme baseball. and for some reason, all the gangs were like, well, okay, you want us to do extreme baseball instead of beating each other up? Sure, let's do that. Let's play extreme baseball instead of beat each other up. We've never followed the laws, but now that there's extreme baseball, let's follow those rules. Let's play extreme baseball instead. And it kind of technically acknowledges the idea that a lot of these groups didn't like the violence that was happening. The gangs were, at least from Shun's side, who is one of the leaders of one of these teams, technically didn't like how things were going with all the violence. So I guess it's chopped up as like a mutual agreement that nobody really wants the violence, but they still want to compete in some way. So they all, instead of having tribe wars, they play extreme baseball. And extreme baseball is basically baseball, but extreme. you have like the bases are like different buildings in the area. They're very spread out. You throw the ball, you hit the ball, and then you, instead of like tagging out, you beat up your opponent instead. So again, extreme. And it seems like there's rules, but it's all like this little bot robot decides if it's okay or not. Like they'll say, well, this can't be legal. Oh, the bot robot's not saying anything. Guess it's okay. It's just kind of the whims of the writer. We're going to allow this time. But yeah, it basically follows Haru, who is like this very timid kid that's very observant, I guess, that at some point is getting beat up, and then he gets saved and brought into this group of this one particular tribe. This Taiga guy who I think he used to be like a fisherman, and he decided one day that he wants to beat Shun, because Shun's obviously better at something than something in him. He wants to prove that he's better than Shun, so he joins too. And so you kind of meet this one tribe, and then suddenly out of nowhere, this really bad tribe starts going around and beating the snot out of everybody again. So it seems like they're returning to the old ways, and that's kind of where we left it. And I think somebody died. I don't know. I'm assuming somebody died. But yeah, that's Tribe 9. Did you watch any of this?
Just the first episode.
Your thoughts?
I kind of like the concept, and I do like the aesthetic. I've generally really always liked Danganronpa's character designs. But I'm not big on their writing. I did ultimately enjoy Akudama Drive. Danganronpa I was very, very mixed on, and but that was more of a thing of I really kind of more want to do the original intent, which was the game version of that. So I while I didn't much care for the storyline in the show, the game is still has a big appeal to me. This one it is kind of in the same vein. There's a lot of appeal to the actual characters and what they're dealing with, but it is kind of more dark, and I'm not real sure. And Andrew kind of led me to believe that maybe more of the latter episodes might start going dark again. He may come back just like with Akudama Drive and point out, hey, yeah, it's worth it. And I'll probably binge this show if Andrew says that it worked out in the end. Mostly because the writer is solid. So I'm not too scared of that. I'm just I like I said before, I'm not too big on the dark shows right now. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I want to love this show because I loved Akudama Drive. I thought Akudama Drive was easily one of the best shows of that season and possibly that year. And that was definitely my first showing of what Kazutaka Kodaka could do, because again, I haven't really messed with anything Danganronpa, even despite the fact I bought it like 3 times. I never play it. It's one of those things where I loved Akudama Drive pretty early on. Like it grabbed me pretty early on, and I kept with me the entire time. Just so much fun, but yet always having a dark feel to it. And this one just kind of has that. I don't know. It just feels like it's going with that whole dark sports show thing. It's like the Skate Infinity kind of aspect of like, well, it's a sports, but there's still danger there. And that's where it's kind of not really working for me, because the characters themselves aren't very interesting. I mean, they get into a little bit of teasing about what Shun used to be, but for the most part, the characters aren't really there. It's more about the sports game, and the sports game it's just baseball. and constantly playing on this idea, is it dangerous or is it not, constantly isn't really going to do it for me. So I think this is going to be one of those ones where I just need, like, I said this before, I needed one more episode, and I watched that episode, and it didn't answer my question. And now I feel like, okay, give me one more episode, and hopefully maybe that'll answer me. What is the goal here besides just violent sports game, which doesn't really... I'm not a fan of sports. And so you have to have characters in there, or at least something interesting in there, so that kind of offsets it. With sports shows, I never really enjoy them unless I get characters. And this isn't really doing the characters for me quite yet. And it could do something, but so far, really all it is, so far, based on 3 or 4 episodes, it's just edgy sports. And that's not enough for me. I need something a little more than that. So, and I think the other struggle thing with it is, if you're doing edgy sports, you have to have rules. And I don't like the whole let's make up rules as we go along kind of concept, because it doesn't have a structure to make breaking the rules interesting, if that makes sense. So we'll see. I want to love it because, again, Kazutaka Kodaka really did sell me on Akudama Drive, and I was really kind of hoping that this being his second technically original anime, not based off a video game story, that he was going to continue that role that he had with Akudama Drive. And it could end up doing that eventually. Maybe it's just the start's not that strong for me as much as Akudama Drive, but we'll see. I don't care about sports. And it's not even, it's very loose sports. It's like you're talking extreme baseball that's not even in the realm of baseball in any way, shape, or form, besides having 4 bases.
A bat and a ball.
And the bats are not even bats. It's half the time they're lightsabers. I don't know. We'll see. That's Tribe 9. It's up in the air for me right at the moment. I hope it turns around. Fantasia Sango, Realm of Legends, or Genso Sango Kushi Tengen Reishiki. This was being done by Geek Toys. It's streamed on Funimation, based on a old JRPG, or not JRPG, I think it's Chinese. It's an old RPG. And it's essentially set in the realm of the Three Kingdoms era type stuff. But yeah, how do I explain this story? So there's these monsters, and I'm only gonna say these names once because I'm sure I'm butchering them, because Chinese is not my not even in the realm of my languages. There's these monsters called Wanglangs. They are essentially these monsters that are made from miasma. So miasma gathers and they creates these monsters. And it typically will kind of possess people and cause them to do terrible things. Well, these deities known as the Tiangyuans, these deities essentially preserve order. But because it's a story in an anime, they don't want to actually do it directly. So apparently they assign hunters to do it, which are humans. So they go around, they find hunters, and they go, hey, or they go around and find humans, and they go, hey, you're going to be a hunter to fight these monsters of miasma, because I don't want to say that name again. And in assigning them as a hunter, they're assigned a unit, and then they are given a guizan, which a guizan is essentially a being that feeds off of the miasma to give them strength to fight the monsters. So essentially think they feed off their power to kill them with the power. So we follow one such human, Oki. He is observing this marching nation that has caused terror around the lands. And at some point, this deity shows up and says, hey, you're going to become a hunter. And he's like, okay, sure. Like, he doesn't... It's like the most easiest recruitment process ever. You're going to be a hunter. Okay. And so he goes out and starts gathering up all of his party members. One is Shunkyo, who is a bard. And then this other one is... And then he's assigned this Goazan, which is this little cute girl. So obviously, miasma-eating demon monster that fights bad monsters is going to be a cute little girl. And then they go and find the last member, which is Taken. And Taken is technically from the previous 6th unit that they are now a part of. And he doesn't like the fact that this cute little girl is in the team because she basically killed everybody in the previous team except for him. But the deity's like, you're going to be a part of this team. I told you you're going to be a part of this team. Otherwise, I can destroy you because you know information. So he has to be forced to join the team. Oh, he also has this mascot tea bucket thing that apparently talks because you got to have mascots. And tea buckets is obviously the best way to have a mascot. So this team of the new 6th unit go around and they fight a bunch of these Younglings monsters. I guess the only thing that really kind of really they get into beyond this point is the fact that Shiore, who is this miasma eating thing that they use to fight the monsters, she obviously doesn't really care to get comfy with anybody. She feels like she's just a weapon. She's just a tool. She talks about herself in third person. She's that kind of character. And at some point, you start to find out about how she essentially became one of these Gyalzen, which she is a rare case where essentially they make dead children into these weapons. Well, she is a rare case where her family was killed by these monsters, and then in a desperate attempt to not die, she basically fought to bring her soul back into her body as she became a weapons or one of these Gyozans. So she's a rare case where one of these Gyozans actually has herself within herself. So, and the interesting thing that comes also from this is you find out that these Gyozans, in order to fight, they're of course bringing in miasma, which miasma will essentially cause them great pain. And the great pain is the yin and yang of having power. So if they want power, they have to have pain, kind of thing. So, and the thing that they end up coming up with, because she keeps losing herself and becoming, a reckless killing machine, is this deity shows Oki a ability to essentially link himself to her so that he's always drawing the pain from her to carry that burden while she gets stronger. So that was kind of an interesting twist they gave to it in the later episode that I watched. But yeah, I'm assuming you didn't watch the show.
I watched the first episode.
I was assuming that you probably like this show because Shorei's kind of cute and she kicks butt. Well, no, she doesn't really kick butt. She usually kind of has everybody else save her. It's like my expectations coming to this show is like, okay, kick butt lolly girl that destroys everything. But no, it's like literally every episode she runs off on her own, gets her butt kicked, and everybody shows up and saves her. And then she deals the last blow.
Well, I only really watched the first episode. This was one of the ones that I let fall through the cracks. The first episode felt a little disjointed to me, so I wasn't. I did like Shorei, however you say her name. I'm not even gonna try.
Shorei.
And
obviously.
So the other characters, I was like, I definitely didn't like the guy with the bucket at all. I didn't like him. I don't like the bucket.
I understand him. I wouldn't want to be there either.
And the harp girl or bard or whatever she was fine. The goddess was okay. I guess a reason to give them all a reason to go and do stuff. And then Oki kicked the girl, and then they took down the monster, and that was pretty much the episode. So I like I said, it felt a little disjointed, but at the same time, I let it fall through the cracks. I don't know if they pulled everything together later, but it sounds like some things seem to be coming interesting in later episodes. So I'll see.
Yeah, it's one of those struggles. First of all, it's not the greatest looking show, but again, they're at least holding it together. It's a very average animation here. Nothing terrible. I think my only problem I really have is they have problems with proportions of characters, because half the time Shorei looks like she's, I don't know, like a 2-year-old, and half the time she looks like she's a 10-year-old. I don't know. They can't decide how big she is and how she looks. But no, I my struggle that I have with this show is it feels very monster of the episode. It feels very like they're going in the realms of, okay, we need a bad guy for this episode to take down. But at the same time, they are doing a good job of, I guess, sprinkling in character developments with, they've already kind of tackled Shorei. They got a little bit into Oki and how his family was destroyed by this miasma controlling people. They talk about this army that's essentially, it's a whole army, a whole nation of army that is essentially consumed by the miasma or wanglings or whatever. And they're just going around just terrorizing everything. And Oki was kind of involved with one such march of this army taking out pretty much everybody that he knows. So it's got into at least 2 of the characters, but again, it just feels very formulaic in how it's laying out each episode and each battle. Again, Shorei runs forward, gets her butt kicked, everybody runs in, protects her, and then she deals the final blow. Now, it could change now that Oki is essentially carrying the burden of Shorei's pain. And what they could possibly do with that is obviously breaking her out of her shell, believing that she shouldn't have bonds with people, when Oki is obviously showing a huge sign of accepting her pain. So I think another episode is probably going to help me decide on this show or not. But so far, it just feels very, I don't know. I don't want to say generic, but because I do like it in a sense that it's very unique. I love Oki's combat style. He essentially writes charms, and then he sends the charms out. It's like one of the early battles, he writes a charm for jump, and he sticks it on Shorei, and it shoots her up in the air, and he's like, handle the landing, because that's only going to help you get up in the air. And he does different things like, gravity, weight, ceiling, all these kind of different types of charms that he's able to write and attach to things. And then, of course, he has a regular sword that he can create too. But Shukyo is obviously like a bard, so she plays a lot of music for purification and calming and all these different things, which I think is interesting as well. And then Tenken is just is able to create like wraps and stuff that can bind things. So it's a different
he has
party.
a use?
Yeah.
Outside of screaming?
When he's not cowering because literally he watched his entire team die in front of his eyes by some girl that he now has to work by side. So I understand him. I think he's annoying, but I understand him at least. And unfortunately, it's all used for comedy relief, which I don't think is really cool when the guy literally watched these people die.
Did the bucket ever do anything useful?
No. He's just a mascot character, because apparently they think people want to go out and buy a bucket, tea bucket. I don't know. But yeah, they had a random Kendra Suda appear out of nowhere. He was a random bad guy, so that held my attention for at least 2 episodes. I'm like, oh, cool, it's Kendra Suda. And then he disappears. It's like, why you taunt me with Kendra Suda? How dare you? You know how to pull my heartstrings.
That's what it was. They didn't have a Tama in the show, and so therefore
Shorei should have been Tama. This would be anime of the year right now.
Exactly.
So I don't know. It's unique in a way.
You know what they need? They need a show. They need a show with both Kendra Suda and Tama. It would be easily the best show.
That's why I'm saying that the Yakuza's Guide How to Raise a Child.
Yeah, right.
Like that should have been Kendra Suda and Tama. But anyways, like I said, so the problem with this show that I have right now is that it's so unique. Combat's unique. It's got an interesting cast of characters. The offside is that it has genericness about it, with formulaic combat and setup for bad guys, and then it doesn't look that great. So it's balancing it in a sense. So it's kind of in a very mid row for me right now. But we'll see. But I will say that I'm surprised how much I've been enjoying it, because I had zero expectation coming into it. I figured RPG game thing, which obviously it's a popular franchise because it's been around for a long time, but I don't know. So I'm assuming there's something in there that I'll eventually get into, but we'll see. That's Fantasia Sango. This one we have is Sasaki and Miyano. This one is streaming on Funimation, running for 12 episodes, done by Studio Dean. Sources of manga. Genres are boys love, slice of life. And this one essentially follows a guy named Miyano. And we find out very quickly Miyano is a Fidanchi. For those who don't know what a Fidanchi is, it's basically a guy that it's not as if they are technically themselves into boy love, but they like to read boy love mangas and stories because they find something in it. Specifically for Miyano, they point out the idea that he finds a certain aspect of moe in the stories being told in BL. So he actually goes out of his way and reads them and enjoys them. On the other side, you have this guy named Sasaki, and Sasaki is a guy that eventually gains interest in Miyano because one day Miyano is struggling to help somebody who's being bullied in the back areas of a school, and he calls for his friend, but his friend's not going to be there for a while, and as he's about to step out to help the situation, Sasaki shows up, sees that this guy who's obviously, well, at the time he thought it was a girl, this girl who's going to go step out to help somebody, he stops him, and then he goes and, diffuses the situation by getting his butt kicked. But he did. He went and helped the situation. But Sasaki is kind of off-put because he sees Miyano as being very cute, but obviously Miyano's a boy, not a girl. But he's kind of, again, has an attraction to him, but he doesn't really know why because obviously it's a boy. But in trying to learn more about Miyano, he eventually kind of learns that Miyano reads mangas, and he, asks if he can borrow the manga. realizes that it's, BL, but he still enjoys it. And so he wants to learn more about Miyano, and he learns that through, getting into Miyano's which is BL manga. So that's kind of their meeting. And over time, you meet the friends that are around Miyano and Sasaki. You get kind of this developing interest that the two of them have to each other. Miyano doesn't really have a direct interest in Sasaki besides the fact that he does cool things. Like, there's this point in which somebody's making fun of BL manga, and Sasaki's like, what does it matter? If somebody likes BL, what does it matter? I mean, what is it to you, kind of thing. And Miyano found that with being very, very cool. This guy's, obviously very forward to me. I don't really know why, but I think on the side of Sasaki, he's just really trying to figure out, why am I attracted to this person? Obviously a boy, and it's interesting in that way. So you didn't get a chance to watch this. You said that earlier, right? Okay. I will say this is one of the this is probably the only this is probably the only BL show that I actually enjoyed watching. I don't typically like BL shows, obviously, because I don't swing that way. That's just not something I'm interested in. But the characters themselves are very charming and very fun to watch. The interactions are fun. They're likable characters. It doesn't feel forced. Like, typically, I've watched a lot of BL shows, and unfortunately, a lot of it's because there's review copies that I'm technically obligated to watch. But the thing that I never like about those is that for most cases with BL shows, there's always one very overbearing character that keeps pushing themselves upon the weak one until eventually the weak one accepts it. And I hate that. I hate that forced love through just pushing and pushing and pushing until they accept me. And that was the same problem I had with Yuri. In a lot of Yuri shows, there's always this one character that keeps pushing themselves on somebody over and over again. Typically with BL, it's always a muscle character pushing against a weak character. The muscular versus the feminine. And then with the Yuri, it's always just girl keeps pushing and kissing on this one girl until she accepts me. But what I found in Yuri was Bloom Into You. That was one of the few cases where I've seen, I'm like, wow, this feels like an actual natural love, and there's nobody forcing somebody. This is like my Bloom Into You of BL, is Sasaki and Miyano, is where there's a cast of characters that I actually enjoy. I like the main two characters. They are exploring and they're trying to figure themselves out, and it's doing it in a very natural and very charming way. So, the only problem that I have with this versus Bloom Into You is Bloom Into You felt like it had an overarching story that it was technically telling alongside the fact that they were playing this out. It was a lot about the club that they were in, the duties that they had to do, whereas this one's just so kind of hyper-focused on them just trying to figure out what they think about their feelings, plus almost feeling like it's a BL 101 show. Like, there's a lot of terminology around BL that they're trying to get into, as Miyano is really explaining a lot of concepts in the mangas he's reading to Sasaki. So it almost feels like if you were new to BL and you want to get into it, this almost feels like a nice way to get into it, because they get into a lot of the phrasing and terminology that they use in BL. But unfortunately, again, unlike Bloom Into You, Sasaki and Miyano is boys. And again, I don't really care much about boys and relationship with boys. So that's my only struggle, is me personally, they're not appealing to me, despite the fact they're charming characters and I enjoy their interactions. So I think that this is one of those shows that I can highly recommend, but at the same time, it's not for me personally. So just like any BL show is not for me. I might keep watching it. I'm just very mixed right now because I have so much other stuff to do right now. It just feels like one of those ones where I don't think I'm going to get much out of it. I feel like the other thing with it is I don't really feel like a lot of the interactions give me much in the end. They're just, again, very charming interactions. So, and I think Studio Dean's doing a great job with it. They have a lot of interesting use of filters and visual additions to it, like, seeing triangles and stuff kind of floating across the screen to really kind of portray a lot of the emotional scenes. But I think the thing that I feel often watching the show, because again, I'm not really into the boy factor, is when you get to a lot of those pauses where obviously the characters are trying to gaze at each other. It's like, I don't care. As much as I find these characters charming and everything, it's like I don't need to see characters doki doki staring at each other over and over again. It's, again, not technically my deal. So, again, I think this is the Bloom Into You show for BL, and I think the characters are charming. I like their interactions. They're likable characters. So check that out if any of that sounds interesting to you. It's just it's not for me. But I might check out a couple more episodes. So yeah, that's Sasaki and Miyano. Q is our next one. This one's streaming on Crunchyroll, running for 24 episodes, being done by Yumeta Company and Graphinica. The source is a game. It's an idol, like managing game. The genres are music, and this one essentially takes place. What was it called? Blue Air. There's a new company. Right. There's a new company that's now launching. I think it's called Blue Air, and this company is essentially
Air Blue.
Is it Air Blue or Blue Air?
I think it's Air Blue.
Air Blue. Air Blue. But essentially, it's a new agency. Air Blue. You're right. It's a new company that essentially is launching. It's got a owner that is from the industry, so it's not like just a pop-up company. It's got an owner that is actually well known in the industry, but their whole purpose is to bring in a bunch of girls that have not achieved anything in the industry. So these are all fresh voice actors or voice actresses that they're bringing into this company. And so from day one, you have 15 girls that are hired in to come to this company, and immediately the owner asks them to start doing, practicing. And so they immediately go and they do like some Hamlet play. So they'll pair up girls and they play out a scene in Hamlet. Obviously, a lot of these girls, Japan, don't really know what Hamlet really is. There's a few of them that actually have read it, but they're all kind of trying to, act out these roles. You have some fun in the idea that some of them, especially what seems like the main girl, Haruna and Maika, they play it out like it's a Yuri, which was great. And eventually they immediately are shuffled over to this recording company where they're trying to fill roles for a big new sports shonen. And so they have them all kind of choose who they feel they would, which characters they would be able to fill out and be able to play very well. They all do their attempts to get into the role. And then jumping forward, we'll have like this point in which they're talking about this Air Blue having this Kickstarter for this new idol group. And so they have this discussion about the fact that voice acting in Japan, especially these days, isn't just voicing. A lot of it's, doing stage play and a lot of it's idols and doing, singles and stuff like that. And so they have a group of girls that, step forward to want to be a part of that whole project they're doing. So that's kind of what we've hit so far with Q. Your thoughts?
I've actually, so far, I've enjoyed myself watching the show. I do like the kind of seeing things from behind the opposite side of a lot of these shows. One of my first inclinations when I first started this show was, oh my gosh, too many characters. Chill out.
I text Chris because he mentioned that. I'm like, that's how I felt when they were first entered Air Blue. They had everybody had to be there at a certain time, and it's like, stop bringing characters, stop bringing characters, stop.
I'm hesitant, mostly on the aspect of I don't think we've had enough time to let anybody kind of fully grow into their spots. They have automatic like Andrew had mentioned, they have quickly started quarantining off, for a lack of a better term, separating these girls into groups. So it feels like we're going to start feeling more in natural pace on each one of these characters. So but at the same time, to its detriment, there being so many characters, I haven't really felt the true flow of this show. What we have seen so far has been really well done. I very much have enjoyed what I've seen so far. But remember, we've got a voice actor group that is pretty much shifted to the front. And then like Andrew had mentioned, the idol group that is kind of shifted to the front. So we've got those two groups, and there's still like 10 more girls that still have to be taken care of. So take that for what it is. What we've seen so far has been great. Them separating the groups has been fantastic because you get time to kind of move into each one of these girls and have a more natural pacing with their storytelling. So it feels like it's going to feel a lot better in the future, but at the same time, I haven't had enough time with anything, so I feel like I'd be disingenuous if I was to say, yeah, it's fantastic so far. So yeah.
That's literally what we do here with the first impressions.
Yeah, I know, right?
This one I'm not going to do that with, though.
Yeah, this one I'm not going to do.
No, I kind of hope that based on that whole aspect of them segmenting the girls, or at least kind of grouping them up, that it might be something similar to like Selection Project, which they did that with their large cast of characters. How they kind of handled developing the characters wasn't to give an episode to each character, but rather segment them and have them, show their, have their growth within a group. And they might end up doing that with this, having, these 4 girls. Was it 4 or 3? I think it was 4 girls. These 4 girls be a part of this idol group. And yeah, technically they have these 3 girls that are going to be part of this shonen sports show. And then again, the other girls will end up having gigs as well. So I don't know. Obviously we've not, this isn't the first case where we've had a show that's following voice actors. Now, granted, there's only one show that I can think of that is nothing but voice acting, and that was Seiyu Life. We had a little bit of insight into it with Shirobako. So this is kind of that one other case that we're going to get into voice acting as a whole, which is kind of surprising to not have. Well, Sakura Sao had one girl that was doing voice acting. It's very surprising how very little shows follow voice actors, or at least the stories of voice actors, when what's one of the main key ingredients to anime in Japan is voice actors. Japan loves their voice actors. There's schools devoted to voice acting. That was our whole conversation about, dub versus sub, is around that passion and the industry of Japan and seiyus. They get paid a lot of money in Japan. That's a big career to get into. And so it's surprising to not really see much stories kind of surrounding that. Now, the interesting thing that comes with things like Seiyu Life is Seiyu Life was a very grounded and slice of life perspective of being a voice actor. Now, on the opposite end, Q is a very idol, Love Live-esque type of perspective of seiyus. When these 15 girls come into this room, they are all very archetypes. These are not normal people. This is not a slice of life grounded perspective of voice acting. Now, I think they're going to get into a lot of aspects of voice acting, but from a very bubbly, although unrealistic, very, again, idol-esque type of perspective of it. Because typically when you watch idol shows, every character has a personality. It makes sense because they're staged characters. They go on the stage. They have to be their character. They have to be the lolly character. They have to be the foreigner character that over accentuates words and says English words. You have to have the kudere. You have to have the dandere. You have to have the rich snob girl, the ojo character. You have to have the maid character. They establish that very quickly when these girls come into this facility. They're not normal girls. They're all archetypes. Now, granted, the main character seems very normal, which typically you'll have a normal character, the middle row character. But this establishing that very quickly. So it's like one of those things where I think this is going to be a cool show because it's going to be a more entertaining rather than more grounded and slice of life perspective of voice acting, because it's already hitting on several subjects that they're going to get into. They're going to go to a recording studio. They're going to pick their roles based on very snippet-based information about the character and how they are. And then getting into other stuff like the fact that, again, yes, back in the day, there was a lot of voice actors that's all they did was voice acting. But these days, it's all about, again, record deals. It's about singles. It's about being an idol on the stage. You have to do stage plays. You have to do interviews. It's not just your voice. It's you as a person is technically your role. So I do like they're going to get into that stuff. But again, I kind of I almost hesitate if it's going to be as grounded of a perspective as something like Say Life. So I think when I came down to the end of my recording, I don't think I posted it yet, of Q, is it's like, if you want a very grounded and slice of life version of the voice acting world, I think something like Say Life is going to be more in that realm. Whereas I think Q is going to be a more fun, entertaining, and, which, not to say that Say Life was entertaining, I would love that show. A fun, bubbly, entertaining version in more of the vein of something like an idol show. And I think it's going to pull that off very well. So it's got my interest. I do have my hesitations based on the fact that there's a large cast of characters, but it's not as if it's doing anything so far that I'm off put by. I loved a lot of the interactions so far. It does have lulling points, but it's had some good points as well. I think like I said, the Yuri Hamlet was a lot of fun. I think the whole recording session dragged out a little bit too much. But there was a point to it, I guess. So we'll see where it goes from here. I did like Yuki. I think Yuki gave me a lot of inspiration on what they can possibly do with characters, because it was very brief, but it was enough to kind of tell me what's her driving force. And I think she's like a little bundle of fun. So we'll see. That's Q. See where it goes from here. Salaryman Club, or Rayman's Club. This one's coming on Crunchyroll, running for 12 episodes, being done by Studio Leadale Films. The source is original. The genres are sports and work life. The script work was done by Teruko Utsumi, who did script work for Sarazanmai, as well as a lot of work with Ikahara. So this one essentially follows a guy named Mikoto Shiratori, who is recently leaving a bank company badminton club. And then as he's about to go back home, he's kind of given up on, his job and what he's currently doing with badminton. He is called by a company that wants him to work there and be a part of their badminton club. So the idea is that when he arrives there, he is going to be a salesman, but in the evening, he's going to be training for their company's badminton club. So it seems like there's a lot of emphasis given early on that he does not like the idea of doing pairs in badminton. He likes to do solos, because there seems to be some sort of issue in his past where it indicates that he was doing pairs and he bumped into the guy that was behind him that was part of his pair, and that guy got hurt. So he doesn't like the idea of, I guess, being a pair, because he's afraid he's going to bump into somebody. But anyways, as they're doing their first kind of training session with this new company, they're like, you're going to be a pair. And he's like, no, I don't want to be a pair. They're like, well, let's do this. If I can beat you in a game, you're going to be my pair. But if you win, you can do your solos. And so they play, and sure enough, he loses. So he has to be a pair with this guy named Tatsuru. So it seemed to indicate that Tatsuru is like really good at like just pure like strength. Like he's really good at just hitting that badminton, or that, what do they call it? I think it's called a birdie. I think it's called a birdie. I haven't played badminton in so long. I did play badminton at some point though.
Yes, it's a birdie.
Yeah. Okay. So I got it right. It's been a while. And Mikoto seems to be just good at kind of observation and kind of,
or bird.
He's good at kind of seeing how people move and kind of predicting them a little bit based on how he kind of reads them. And then based on how they move, he can kind of get an idea that, okay, last time he moved like that, he went and hit it this direction. So obviously I can predict where it's going. So it's not like he's a precog and he can see into the future. We're not going to Scorching Ping Pong Girls territory quite yet, but he's observant. And so he has to read people until he can finally get that idea of where they're doing. So Tatsuru kind of plays against that because he kind of realizes that. So, yeah, so they're a pair. And we've only had one episode because this is like a really late starting show, but I don't know. I think this is really well done. It visually looks good. I think somebody mentioned the idea that the team that did Hanabata worked on this, but it looks good. The badminton play is great so far. It hasn't gone into the realms of crazy supernatural hits and stuff yet, which I'm sure eventually I'll probably get into. But obviously the big kind of interesting selling point to this is that these are technically adults in the working sphere. Now, the thing that I don't quite understand quite yet is my initial assumption was that this was a show about salarymen that play badminton on the side. But what this episode has established to me is that No, they're actually people that are hired into a company to do work a 9 to 5 and then play badminton, which that doesn't make any sense to me. I've never heard I've heard of companies that have teams for sports. They're branded team sports, but I've never heard of a company that says you're going to work a sales job until 5 o'clock and then you can go practice for badminton for our company team games. That doesn't make any sense to me because that basically means that you're not focusing on training the sport. You're instead making them work 2 shifts to play sports. So I don't know. Maybe they'll explain that. Maybe they're just giving an excuse to have these guys do salary work on the side just to supplement the games. But that part doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe that's a thing in Japan. Like I said, I know that there is brand sports teams, but I've never heard of brand sports teams that work full-time jobs within the company before they go out and do sports. But that could be a thing, I guess. But no, it looks good. Characters so far are okay. Mikoto, again, unless they claim that he bumped into this guy when he was doing pairs and the guy died. It's another one of those aspects of like somebody should have died. Like this is that whole thing where they get so stuck on how tragic this thing is, it makes you think somebody must have died. It's one of those kind of things. So we'll see. We'll see if Mikoto killed somebody by bumping into them because that's why he's so desperate, dead set on being singles. But for now, that's kind of annoying me. But other than that, I'm okay with the character so far. I'm interested to see where it goes. But yeah, that's my thoughts on one episode. Sorry.
They work for the Yakuza.
Yeah. And he bumped into him. That was it. That guy lost a hand. Girls Frontline, or Dolls Frontline. This one is being done by Studio Asahi Production, based on a mobile game, gacha game, obviously. Genres are action, drama, sci-fi. The director is Shigeru Ueda, who did Peach Boy Riverside and Gekidoll. That explains something. Anyways, the series composition is scriptwriter by Hideyuki Kurata, who did Made in Abyss, Orimo, Gisaya, Kanagi, and Drifters. So I don't know anything about what's going on in this show. So if you want to explain it, I think it said something about there was a war, proxy war. They designed dolls that go out and fight for them, and then eventually those dolls are now just kind of wandering the lands, and they had to get some information from a computer and could not pull the hard drive out of the computer for some reason to transport it, so they decided to download it, and they get attacked by crazy maid chicks that lift up their skirt and shoot missiles, and then
M4A1, I'm not quite sure who sent them out on this mission. I'm assuming another commander of some sort. I don't know. I take that back. They did kind of mention that M4A1 has a command module, and I'm guessing that makes it to where they can do things on their own. They kind of hinted at that in the last episode, so I take that back.
Well, that's great that they eventually just explained, because I was completely lost as to what they were doing.
Yeah, and so they're trying to get some information from this database. They get the information from the database. Like Andrew was saying, they couldn't take the stuff out, so she had to. I'm guessing she had to record it in her visual cortex or something. It doesn't really matter. Like Andrew was saying, they got out of the.
It's an IDE
building.
hard drive, so it has some really slow reads.
They got out of the building. They got ambushed by the I don't remember what they call it, the high end bad guys. Yeah, they're not the standard types. They're not the little doggy versions, and they're not the little flyy versions.
There's dogs?
Yeah, there's doggy versions. But when it comes down to it, they got split up. M4A1 is the main one that they've got to get. Then the second episode introduces the commander, and the commander gets basically a group of the not ARs. They're not rifle versions. She got some handguns. And some submachine guns. For those who actually follow Girls Frontline, there's actually categories for those that don't.
Each of the girls is a gun.
Yeah, each girl is a gun, or each one of the dolls is a gun. The commander is not a gun. And I guess they're
cute girls, but they wield the gun and they're named after the gun.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gotcha game.
Yeah,
Plenty of guns to work with for that gotcha.
Tons of gotchas. So when it comes down to it, after a couple of missions that the commander goes through because she has to introduce herself to the system or whatever have you, you got to understand that she goes through effectively a tutorial, then she goes into an actual mission as a test mission, and then she goes into actual missions. And then at some point, she does end up rescuing M1A4 or M4A1, and then she's set off on the process of saving all of the other rifles in the rifle team. And then, of course, one of them has been captured by the hunter and introducing that. So far, it's good as can be expected for a mobile adaptation.
I was told this was supposedly based on the manga spin-off manga that was, because it makes sense because I've said before, I played the mobile game. I didn't really pay too much attention to the story because obviously waifu gacha, but it did not open the same way this was opening. So I was very confused by that. And like I said, I think I read somewhere where this is based on a spin-off manga where this Gentiane is the commander, not the player in the mobile game. So whatever that helps.
Well, and either way, I mean, okay, manga adaptation of the mobile game. I mean, either way, it's fine. It's not a. It seems to be doing some humanizing of the dolls, which is good, I guess, to a point. I mean, the more and more you humanize these characters, which, I mean, it's one thing for these characters to have personalities and what have you. I love that they're giving the handguns some love. I love the fact that the submachine guns are getting some love. So it's not all focused around the overpowered rifles, because rifles tend to be very, very they're the characters in the game that you end up using at some point because of how freaking overpowered they are.
Plus there are freebies. Most of those ARs at the beginning were freebies. If I remember correctly, right?
Not really. You have to go through the free. You have to go through all of the gathering up of all kinds of stuff. Yeah, you get some free, but they're going to be the lower stars. Either way, I do like the fact that it's not focusing on one group as the main, but at the same time they are acknowledging that these characters are powerful and that they have some tweaks that make them able to do their own thing. But on the flip side, relying on the memory backups and all that stuff to minimize the amount of possible damage, and to give it credit, they're actually acknowledging that the commander doesn't want to rely on the memory backups. So there's a lot of things that I do like about this story, and at the same time, acknowledging that this being a mobile game adaptation or into a manga or whatever have you, it's doing good for what it's trying to do. So take that for what it is. I think it looks good, and I'm enjoying it. So yeah,
that's Girls Frontline. Returning shows: Teasing Master Takagi-san third season. Really enjoy the show so far. I guess the big thing that I've enjoyed so much about this third season, or 3 seasons into it, is obviously the whole shtick. For those that are unaware of Teasing Master Takagi-san, is it's always been kind of focused around obviously the Teasing Master Takagi, who is always trying to get Nishikata's attention. She obviously likes him, and so she's constantly teasing to get his attention, and he always sees it in the reverse, that she's just teasing me and she's trying to make my life miserable, to the point where every time he goes home at night, he does push-ups for every time that she teased him and won. And And I think especially with the second season, we obviously seen some things that went down. They went to a festival together and everything like that. And so it really does feel like going into third season, you're starting to see Nishikata really not able to get Takagi out of his head. He's starting to realize there's something there and that he likes being around her, I guess. And so seeing that kind of starting to happen is really refreshing, and I'm super excited to see where this goes from here. It's still like the usual same great teasing back and forth that I've always enjoyed. Well, I wouldn't say teasing back and forth. Really, Takagi teasing him and Nishikata trying to tease her, it always backfires. And even having those points where she kind of gives a little bit because she kind of wants him to, she wants to give him it sometimes just because obviously in a lot of cases it's beneficial to her anyways. So, yeah, the show is still incredibly cute. It's puppy love done right. It's the teasing girl genre, but in a very puppy love, innocent nature type of way. And I've always loved it, and I still love it. I'm starting to, even though I think I've always defended it with every other season before, I think I'm starting to get into Chris's mindset where every time anybody else shows up besides Takagi and Nishikata get upset. I've always enjoyed whenever Mano and Nakai show up, but they haven't shown up at all this season, which is kind of surprising. But yeah, Tako and the three girls, it's fine. It's just, I guess I'm just so
stupid
craving
cucumber.
the payoff of Nishikata and Takagi. So
They actually got a laugh out of me this season with the cucumber and honey. I laughed so hard. I don't know why that tickled me so much, but I laughed so hard. But yeah, I agree. I love seeing these characters back and just getting more of this. I was running a little bit behind, and Andrew had fixed it up on my thing, and I don't remember what I was doing, but I heard her laugh, and I was like, oh, I gotta go and watch this show. What am I doing? Yeah, I love this show. I can't get enough of it, and I can't highly suggest it enough, and I'm so glad to have this show back.
Yep. Arifureta from Commonplace to World's Strongest second season. This one is going to be running for 12 episodes, which is kind of interesting. The other interesting thing is that while Asri did return for this season, it looks like Studio Mother had replaced White Fox, but I think a lot of people were kind of fearing that being a thing that might be bad, but oddly enough, I think this season looks a lot better than the first season so far. Like it doesn't, well, obviously Arifureta started off really rough. That first couple episodes of Arifureta was really rough. And it got better, but I think, like I said before, I think this season looks really good. The dragons were a little bit rough, but I think for the most part, this season has looked really good. Now, the show so far with season 2, I will say, I don't know. Because the show for the first season, like I said, had a rough start, but I kind of stuck with it because it was kind of like a isekai from a almost Shield Hero before Shield Hero was a thing kind of perspective. The revenge isekai, if you want to call it that. And I kind of wanted to see Hajime have that moment where he finally meets his classmates again to really get his revenge, because it's an isekai where the class goes there, and then at some point one of the classmates betrays Hajime and sends him flying down inside this labyrinth, and he basically picks himself back up and climbs back out of it, gains a lot of ability, and ends up gaining the partnership of a vampire that was sealed away inside the labyrinth. And they did technically get their reunion, but it was kind of one of those reunions where Hajime at that point's like, I don't care about you people no more. I'm going to get out of this isekai my own way, which his own way has been the labyrinths. He thinks that if he can go and defeat all these labyrinths, he'll gain the ability that he needs to get back to their homeland. Whereas the kingdom and what they're doing is their own thing. I think they're possibly doing the labyrinths as well, but I don't know. I really don't know from the vantage point of the other classmates in the king and kingdom what they're doing. But I think with this season so far, it's been a lot of focus on just kind of reintroducing us to the characters, reestablishing that this harem is starting to get a lot more. His harem is starting to get a lot more harem-y. Like, I think the moment that they injected this this classmate Kaori into the group, suddenly out of nowhere there's conflict, because before we had Yue, who was like super all over Hajime. We had Shia, who was like just the ditz. She's just there. She's cute. You had Tio, who was like, I don't care what you guys do as long as I'm involved. And then you had
half the time he's ignoring her, and she thinks that that's him doting on her because she likes being
right. But everybody is kind of passive towards him. Like they don't really care about each other passively towards him. Now Yue might get a little upset if Tio gets too close for Shia, but now we actually have Kaori, who is like after him. So now you have Yue and Kaori are constantly at each other's throats, and then everybody else is behind them going, what's going on? And then Tio's like, hey, as long as I'm involved. So now it seems like the harem is a lot more front loaded, and so I'm not sure if that's going to detract too much, but they quickly got him jumping right back into another labyrinth, and then getting basically the demons getting involved. And I don't know, I'm not like super engaged so far, but at least it's kind of continuing its flavor. It's Arifureta has never been a series where I think it's doing something insanely amazing. It's doing something definitely unique, but at the same time, it's never really kind of focusing so much on its uniqueness enough to make it stand out. But it's something that I think is definitely worth checking out. And the second season, while it hasn't really done anything yet to really grab me, I'm sure it eventually is going to get there.
Yeah, it's so far to me, it's been doing just fine. I mean, continuing on, I felt a little bit kind of lost at first, and I had to go back on a couple of episodes because
Chris was like, when did they do this? When did they do this on like Chris' last episodes?
I honestly don't remember watching the last couple of episodes, and so I literally went back 2 episodes and rewatched the last 2 episodes if we did watch them in the first place. It's one of those things that it's been a while since we watched it, so it might have just been a slip of. And the things before then I do remember, but those last 2 episodes I don't remember. Either way, it doesn't matter. I catching up on that those 2, and then watching these episodes. Feeling right back into it. I have enjoyed myself watching it. I feel like we're getting to a point where things are going to start ramping up. I'm very hopeful for that. And I'm excited to see where they go in this next section, because obviously we're building up a really big battle going in, and we still have the kind of preview clip of something that obviously is going to be coming even farther than that. So I'm excited, definitely.
All right. I'm curious if they're gonna make the hero into like this big jealous idiot.
It seems like it.
Yeah. How I Realized Hero Rebuilt the Kingdom Part 2, streaming on Funimation. I decided not to go back this show. So if anything special happening with this part, you're
oh
free
my
to
gosh,
speak.
I kept looking into it, and I wasn't sure if they were showing it or not.
So apparently neither of us watched.
I will be catching up on this for sure. I love that show, so because I kept clicking on it and I wasn't seeing any new episodes. But it kept popping up, and maybe I'm messing up on something. I'll look into it again.
Princess Connect Redive Season 2. Pretty much picking up where we left off with the last season. I don't think there's really any kind of significant thing to really get into besides obviously Kaiser still being Kaiser and manipulating shadow things, and Kyaru being stuck in the whole situation. But yeah, just the same as it's always been. Really fantastic show. I will admit, while there was one really laugh out loud moment in the 3rd episode, I felt like the 3rd episode was a little bit lacking, but everything else has just been basically them going crazy with animations, especially the 4th episode. I will say comedy's a little lacking this season, and I'm kind of afraid that is going to be the new norm, because the writing in the 1st season was hilarious. I mean, I did get, like I said, I think each episode gives me a laugh out loud moment, besides the 4th episode, because that was just straight crazy animation, nothing really much else besides that. But
okay, so I wasn't crazy on that.
Oh yeah, the whole thing was hyper animated. But yeah, this is literally my joke to Chris, because he was talking about the animation, I'm like, it's really just Saigane's pictures going, oh, so Football did what this week? Oh, well, we're going to do this. Obviously, they can't do that in a week, so I'm just joking there. But it really does feel like Saigane's pictures, if anything, they're going to give this show, they're going to give it insane animation. And I still love all the characters. Like, every character they introduce, I absolutely love. And we just got the whole Kitsune group of characters, the whole the wolf characters all popping up out of nowhere. The last episode, was he wolf or foxes? They're all
one of them's wolves. Power was wolf fang or something like that. Yeah. So it was like, okay, obviously these are wolf girls. So
like if the bare minimums I can give this series still in second season is the animation is absolutely incredible. The characters look fantastic. And I love every character they introduce, whether it be because they're seiyus or their personality is so charming and lovable. I will say that, again, the comedy seems like it's toning down a lot, despite the fact that I will get a lot of moments of just laughing out loud. Seeing these wolves dragging Yuki away again and again just it's always hilarious. Seeing Kokoro respond to things with their little X mouth. Kyaru just screaming bloody murder. She's running away from stuff. Never gets old. Pecorin and her bubbly nature just running out there and blasting things in half. It's always a lot of fun. If I want to give this show any negative so far, it's that we have not seen the Yandere lady yet. And I seen her in the intro. I really want to see the Yandere lady come. But they just have to keep reintroducing new characters because that's what they're doing. They're just selling you on characters, and they're doing a really phenomenal job of that. I'm really curious what they end up doing with Kaiser. Honestly, Kaiser, Christina, and Kyaru. Obviously, they're getting really heavy into the shadows. Yeah, that was kind of a background noise they had in the first season until they finally kind of brought it up again at the very end of it, if I remember correctly.
And it seems like they're getting a little heavier with that in this season.
I'm really curious if that will be something they're going to resolve with this season, because obviously it's a story beat, and they're going to have obviously multiple story beats within the mobile game. But I don't know. It still remains to be one of my favorite mobile game adaptations, just because, again, Cygames just loves flexing with the show, and it looks incredible. I love the characters and everything. So, and they're kind of dabbling a little bit back into Yuki's history. Because obviously one thing they kind of hinted at with the first season was that Yuki was a part of a previous party. And so now they're kind of dipping into that again with this new season, because he's obviously lost his memories. And one of them showed up again and said, you want to explain who I am? And he's like, Dare, because he's Yuki.
Yeah, I said the same thing when he popped up. I'm like, Dare. And he says Dare, and I'm like, and then Andrew comes in and I'm like, I said the same thing. So no, for me, I've absolutely loved myself watching, or loved the show.
Loved myself watching the show. Usually it's I enjoyed myself watching it, which makes no sense. Now he's saying I love myself watching this. Soon he's just gonna be like, I'm just made out with myself. I love this show so much. I just started.
But yeah,
kissing my hand.
When I had watched the fourth episode last night, I'm like, oh my gosh, talk about flex. It was insane, and I had to go running to Andrew to get some kind of
right in here, like
ran right in here, because I needed some kind of
I'm editing videos,
a confirmation from somebody else. It's one of those shows, and this season has felt a little bit more darker in tone, to kind of go with what Andrew was saying, that it doesn't feel as funny. I kind of agree. It actually, to me, it's been feeling more darker. Even the
dead party they were getting into at the first
the dwarf. Yeah, it was what I was thinking about. And like we were mentioning, the shadows seem to be coming more to the front. An entire episode of Carol fighting an internal battle because of the position she feels like she's in with the Empress. And then the Empress may some reveals involving her, and maybe possibly that she's not everything that she is portraying. So there's a lot of different things that are coming out in the first few episodes that could lead to some very interesting things in the future. So yeah, I'm definitely excited. Love the show. Nice to see it back for sure.
It's nice to see it. Case study of Vanitas Part 2, still doing phenomenal. I kind of mentioned before in one of my videos is it's like, it feels like within like, the first episode with Part 2 was just off the rails, went crazy. Like it was just, we're going. And I'm like, well, okay, we're already getting this crazy with the first episode. And it's literally since the first episode of Part 2, which makes perfect sense why they stopped it where they did with the first part, is it's breakneck speed. The moment Part 2 started up, first episode, it's hauling butt. It's doing some crazy stuff, and I'm loving every single minute of it. It's a series that I highly recommended with the first part, and I'm feeling more comfortable with it now getting into the second part, that I think this is easily one of the least talked about, most incredible shows of technically the last 2 years, because part 1 I think was in spring last year. Yeah, I love it. Bones is going crazy with the animation, the style, visuals, everything is incredible. The music's fantastic. I think it's Yuki Kajiura, who of course is known for doing a lot of the Fate stuff. So the music's fantastic, and we're starting to get into a new I'm questioning if she's a curse bearer, but one of these curse bearers that is obviously a vampire whose true name has been taken from them, corrupts them and makes them go nuts. And so typically those curse bearers have to be killed. But Vanitas, the main character, is somebody who's going around trying to recover those true names so that they don't get killed, because he's trying to, quote unquote, save the vampires, even though the Vanitas name is basically hated by any vampire, because he was known in the history as being a vampire that went around and stole people's true names. So it's kind of one of those, he's trying to fix the true names, but everybody thinks he steals the true names. So, but characters are great. Chloe is Rie Kajimiya. So again, a lot of Rie Kajimiya this season. I'm absolutely loving it. Getting into Jean and her connection to Chloe was fantastic. Getting into, again, Nenia and the charlatans kind of coming back into the picture has been interesting. So hopefully this new Astolfo character, who's a part of the Chesters, goes away very quickly, because he's definitely not my Astolfo. I don't like him so far, but yeah, I'm loving it. I recommend it to everybody. Please check out the series. I joked about it in the first part with recommending it to Chris just based on one episode that was extremely violent, but it's just worth it. This show is top notch, and I every episode I love it. So yeah, definitely still keeping strong with part 2. Ranking of Kings, please go watch it. It's still incredible.
Pretty much.
We had our very brief was it Snake Way moment where we were waiting for somebody to get back to somewhere before bad things happened, and thankfully it felt like it lasted forever. Maybe it'll go back to like the whole joke about Snake Way and Dragon Ball, where it felt like it was 50 episodes, but it was actually only like 3. It feels the same way with this one, where it's like, Boji, get back to the kingdom quickly. But yeah, this is literally every week the legendary show of every single week. I love it to death. I love every single minute of it. It's got such great characters, multi-dimensional characters that literally, it's funny because at some point I stopped allowing them to trick me. Like it's every time I see a bad character now, I'm like, yeah, this character is going to have a redeeming point and we're going to realize they're a great character. And so I don't want to let myself be fooled anymore. So now I'm more trusting than I should be. But this writer knows how to create multi-dimension characters that you think at face value are terrible people, but in actuality, there's reasons for why they see and view things the way they do. And there's actually another side to them that's very important to them, that they act the way they do. Everybody has a reason for what drives them. And when they get into their character stories and you see the other perspective, healing was the first example of that. The moment that they got into healing, I was like, I love this character. I absolutely love this character, which works great because at face value, everybody is like negative to Boji. It seems like everybody's kind of got a negative first impression with Boji. And then when we find out why they are the way they are, suddenly you realize, okay, they're actually good people. It's just I hate them because anybody that's negative to Boji should be burned at the stake, because Boji is the greatest and everybody should protect Boji's smile. Yeah, and Boji himself is just, naturally you want to you want to root for him because he's a character that has so much going against them, but yet they still keep pushing forward. And you think that he's kind of ditzy and that he doesn't have a weak side. And that moment you first see him breaking down out of view from public is when you realize, I'll do anything for this guy. I must protect Boji. So it's incredible. Getting into the underworld and all that kind of stuff was fantastic. I really want to figure out what the hell's going on with Miranjo. I'm desperately trying to figure out if this writer is going to redeem Bose, because at this point, I really hate Bose. And I know there's a reason for why he's doing what he's doing, but I'm loving it. This is like fantasy adventure, storytelling, character development. Everything is just perfection. So,
yeah, I agree. This show is absolutely character motivations in conflict. The animation, it's not so much when the writer takes the time to actually explain somebody else's motivations. There's a couple of characters, to be fair, that I wonder about. We have the weird metal guy and Miranjo in particular that I'm wondering if the metal guy, if it is as simple as what they implied it in the first, but they did kind of an explanation, and that's what they're kind of mirroring with Lady Miranjo. You see where I went there? Yeah. It's one of those things that you wonder if it's going to be that simple, or if there's going to be much more, which the writer does so well at interweaving these storylines that I almost absolutely trust that we will get an explanation of the metal guy, or we will get an explanation of Miranjo. It's just going to happen.
But metal guy means Oken, by the way.
Okay, Oken. It's that's the thing that is absolutely fantastic. There's all of these characters. It's not that this person is evil, or an excellent example is Desher, who is quote unquote the king of the underworld. And we've had a couple of episodes where we're quote unquote he's technically the antagonist, which he's actually not in his own way. And that's a tribute to the writer and how well he thinks out these motivations. It's just the motivations.
Like he's like, when he came in here recently, I was like, he technically could have splatted him against the wall.
Yeah.
There was nothing stopping him from just going, you're dead. But he states, I don't really want to kill anybody besides one, which I won't say who that is. But at the same time, it's like, he's perfectly, I don't see him as the invader right now, because he technically was already invaded. He's coming back in after being invaded. Like, he came into my kingdom, you stole my prisoners, and you ran off with them when they're in an absolute danger of this world. My turn, kind of thing. So it's like, I don't even really see him as a bad guy.
Exactly.
Even though he makes fun of Boji, and that's not allowed.
Yeah, and that's what I mean, is these characters and their motivations.
It's like when he was laughing after kicking Domas, I was laughing because I just love him as a character right now until he does something bad.
These characters and their motivations, the motivations will conflict once in a while, and that's the point, is the conflicting of the motivations. Yeah. Instead of, this is a clear-cut antagonist and this is a clear-cut protagonist. It's not that simple. The lines are so gray, and that's writing in its perfection. Is, can you explain this from a true two-character motivation standpoint?
Yeah, it's kind of like my thoughts on Love Alternative, is that idea that no matter what side of the conflict, every side you agree with, kind of thing. Yeah, that's Ranking of Kings. And last one, I think, because I don't want to talk about Attack on Titan, because I already know what happens. But Demon Slayer is the last one. Honestly, this season, the Entertainment District arc, for the first 4 or 5 episodes, really wasn't feeling it. And granted, it was kind of a cool down period, because if you think about it, just before Entertainment District arc starts, you literally had the Mugen Train, and everything that kind of happened with the end of that one obviously had a lot of build up, a lot of impact. And so the characters are obviously, with the first part of this entertainment arc and district arc, is recovering from what happened. So it makes sense why there's kind of a lulling point, but the unfortunate thing that I've kind of found with this writer is sometimes I feel like he gets too stuck in certain type of comedy that just doesn't work for me, especially when it comes to Zenzetsu. Zenzetsu, still, to this point, I think he's the worst character. I've grown to love Inosuke, despite him being loud Kirito voice character. I've grown to love him, so I don't mind him so much, but I really was, I don't know, I felt like this first segment was really kind of dragging out. So when it got to the point where we finally get this high-ranking demon popping up in the middle of this entertainment disc arc, that's when I was like, yay, finally, we get to do something. And then sure enough, right after that, having Nezuko go nuts, I was like, oh my gosh.
On the bright
following
side,
that, having Tengen show up, and like, oh my gosh, here we go. It's been like, ever since the moment that, again, we start conflicting with Daki, this demon, it's been just, again, it's kind of similar to Princess Connect. Suddenly, I don't know where Futable is going. Flex, 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 doing crazy animation. Not just the crazy animation, but doing so well portraying technically two battles happening at the same time, but yet the attacks interweaving between the two fights. And I think that's the unique thing about Daki and Gyataro, who are these demons are fighting currently, is the fact that they're so in sync that their fighting style is able to kind of, I guess, benefit each other. And how they're portraying that in animated format has been absolutely phenomenal. So,
on the bright side, Zenitsu has been asleep through the entire battle.
Yeah. And now he's talking while he's sleeping and having conversations. Which we're just evolving Zenitsu to incredible realms. And it's almost like one of those moments where you realize, you think, I wonder if the writer at this point was like, I need Zenitsu to continue to be really powerful right now because what they're facing right now is really not something easy. But I need him to converse with the other characters. He's talking in his sleep now. So I'm like,
pretty much.
I'm at this point, I'm like, just induce a permanent coma on Zenitsu. That way he's just always awesome.
He's always awesome.
I don't know. Or just drug him up every time something bad happens. But I don't know. We're at this point where we're like 2 episodes left before this season ends or this arc ends. And I really don't know how we're going to conclude it unless things get really fast paced here soon, or just something just kind of smashes everything and it just ends. But we'll have to wait and see. But it's got me again. But I think that's kind of technically how it was with the first season. Is it's always kind of this realm of, I've always enjoyed Chandro as a character because he's just a good boy. You just want to root for good boy. Nezuko's always been awesome whenever she pops out, and
she got to show off this season.
Yeah, and the demons always have like this kind of aspect about them where you fight them, then you learn about them, and then you feel bad. And it just feels like, I don't know, it's always those points in between that I feel like I don't really enjoy it so much because I don't really feel like the writer is in sync with me when it comes to comedy beats. So that's always been my struggle with this series, is the comedy beats never get me, and the comedy beats are technically the lulling points between the fights. So, but if Football keeps flexing, I'll keep coming back just for the action alone. But we'll see.
Yeah, I've been pretty much enjoying myself watching this season.
Not in love with himself.
Not in love with myself. No, I did love Nezuko showing off this season. Been interesting to see some of the stuff that Tanjiro is trying to do, and the kind of the downside to using his quote unquote new power, if you want to call it that. So it's interesting to see that aspect and how he's trying to deal with it. We have a lot of weight on the situation at hand at the episode that we're at. It's one of those, the instant that pops up on the list, we're probably going to end up watching it very quickly, because we were left at a very bad spot. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
they're having fun with cliffhangers last 2 episodes.
Yeah, they've been pretty brutal. So yeah, I can't wait to see where they go. Andrew kind of disappointed me by telling me that there was only like 2 episodes left, and I was like, oh no. So yeah, we'll see.
I'm happy that Suma, the girl that and the one of the wives of Tengen that I seen that I was like, that's the one I'm gonna like, turned out to be the one that I like just because Yu Yagahama's voice. So yeah, did you been keeping up on Platinum Man, by the way? That one just kind of I stopped watching it and I haven't gone back to it.
I don't even remember what show that was. So
That's the Death Note guys, with the angels and the wings and
oh no, I dumped
arrows.
that way back at episode 2
With the girl like
Yeah.
crying and dying in the park. I kind of assumed. Yeah, so Attack on Titan, Gabby sucks. That's all I'm gonna say. So yeah, that's our thoughts, our first impressions of the Winter 2022 anime season. That was a lot. I think this is gonna be like a 5-hour long podcast. Fun editing, but hope you guys enjoyed hearing our thoughts on all these shows. Well, technically, you're just hearing Chris's thoughts because you all know my thoughts because you all watch my videos, right? Who wouldn't watch my videos? But hope you guys enjoyed. As always, if you want to check us out, we're at otakuspirit.com. You can go there for all of our social media links, including to our YouTube channel and everything, our Patreon, where you can support us. We definitely appreciate everybody that supports us through Patreon. We also have a tips link if you're listening to us on our YouTube channel. And make sure to subscribe over there on YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/otakuspirit. I somehow managed to get that title, even though there's another channel that is stealing the search results. But hey, what can I do? But anyways, we thank you all for listening, and I guess watching if you're on YouTube. And y'all take care.
Os.